What if the monsters of legend were more than mere myths and their tragic stories were bound in chains of silence? Beneath the haunting gaze of the ancient world, two sisters lingered in the shadows of their infamous sibling, Medusa. Their names, Euryale and Sthano, whispered through the ages, yet their lives are mere echoes, forgotten amidst the legends of a single snake-haired Gorgon who turned men to stone with a glance. But as the twilight sun cast long shadows over the craggy cliffs of their cursed home, the sisters plotted their defiance against the fate woven by gods and mortals alike. The air thickened with an electric tension, crackling like the storm brewing on the horizon. The sisters shared a bond forged in the fires of betrayal and sorrow, their hearts swelling with the weight of their untold story. Euryale, with her shimmering hair like molten gold, stared fiercely into the abyss that loomed before them, a chasm of unanswered questions and unfulfilled dreams. Stheno, robust and defiant, clenched her fists, ready to challenge the very fabric of their cursed existence. They had watched the world turn its back on them, relegating them to the shadows of their sister's fame. But tonight, something shifted in the winds. An unspeakable possibility crackled in the air. The distant roar of waves crashing against the rocky shore echoed the turmoil within them. A flickering torchlight danced ominously across the stone walls of their lair, casting distorted shadows that seemed to taunt them. Could they reshape their narrative? Could they reclaim their power from the cold grasp of history? Euryale's heart raced as she recalled the whispered warnings of those who had fallen prey to their sister's gaze. Who would believe that the true monsters were not the Gorgons, but the gods who condemned them? In the depths of their ancient sanctuary lay the remnants of a forgotten prophecy, one that spoke of a reckoning, of bloodlines, intertwining beneath a blood moon. Euryale and Stheno's eyes met, a silent agreement forged in shared pain and a flicker of hope. The sisters had spent eons in the shadows, but tonight they would step into the light, if only to confront the demons of their past. A single chilling howl pierced the night, hinting at the darkness that stirred beyond their stone walls. They were not alone. As the winds howled, carrying the scent of salt and foreboding, a figure emerged from the fog, an intruder, seeking answers that could change everything. Who were they? A hero, a fool, or a harbinger of destruction? Euryale's breath hitched, her instinct screaming at her to flee, yet she stood resolute. The fates had woven a new thread into their story, and it was time for the Gorgons to reclaim their narrative. With their hearts pounding like war drums, the sisters prepared to face the storm as history trembled on the brink of being rewritten. Would they emerge as saviors or monsters? The answer lay just beyond the veil of dawn. In the dim light of a flickering torch, shadows danced on the stone walls of an ancient temple, whispering secrets of times long past. The sound of footsteps echoed softly as a lone figure moved cautiously through the darkness, searching for the truth hidden within the myths. And there, carved into the cold stone, were the faces of the Gorgons, twisted, terrifying visages that could freeze the bravest heart. This wasn't just art, it was a warning, a reminder of the power lurking in the depths of human imagination. The Gorgons, those fearsome creatures of Greek mythology, were not always the monsters we know today. Long ago, they were sisters, born not of malevolence but from the complex fabric of creation itself. The daughters of Phorcys and Ceto, ancient sea deities, Medusa, Stheno, and Euryale, came into existence from the primal chaos of the world, each sister a unique embodiment of beauty and horror intertwined. They were not just feared, they inspired awe, a blend of admiration and terror that would echo through the ages. Their story begins in the watery depths of the ocean, where the waves cradled their very essence. Phorcys, with his scaly arms and haunting gaze, was a deity of the unpredictable sea, while Ceto, a creature of the deep, mirrored the darkness that often lay hidden beneath the surface. From this union arose not just daughters, but legends, each sister reflecting the tumultuous nature of their origins. Ceto was known for her monstrous forms, creatures that inspired fear and dread, and it was from her that the Gorgons inherited their striking features, blending allure with danger. As the sisters grew, so too did their powers. Medusa, the most famous of the trio, had once been a stunning maiden, admired by gods and mortals alike. Her beauty was unmatched, a radiant light in a world filled with shadows. But, as fate would have it, jealousy loomed large in the hearts of the divine. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, could not bear to see mortals worshipping Medusa, the very essence of beauty, more than herself. So, in a fit of rage and envy, she transformed Medusa's golden hair into venomous snakes, each one hissing and writhing, a grotesque crown that marked her as a creature of horror rather than beauty. The twist of fate that turned Medusa into a Gorgon was not merely a punishment, it was a tragic transformation that spoke volumes about the fragility of beauty and the weight of jealousy. Each snake that hissed from her scalp was a reminder of lost innocence, while her once gentle eyes became beacons of doom. To gaze upon Medusa was to be turned to stone, a fate that befell many, leaving behind a gallery of lifeless statues, eternally frozen in expressions of shock and despair. Her sisters, Stheno and Euryale, bore their own burdens. Stheno, the strongest of the three, was a fierce guardian, defending the secrets of the abyss with an unyielding ferocity. Euryale, though equally terrifying, held a different power, one that spoke to the depths of sorrow and rage. Together, they formed an unbreakable bond, a trio that represented the complexities of life, death, beauty, and horror. Their synergy conveyed the simple yet profound truth. Sometimes, true power lies not in physical strength, but in the shared experiences of pain and transformation. In the tales that spread through the ages, the Gorgons became symbols of both fear and empowerment. They were monsters in the eyes of many, yet their story was a reminder of human vulnerabilities. People whispered their names with a shiver running down their spines, recounting the adventures of brave heroes who sought to challenge their might. Perseus, with his cunning and bravery, ventured into the lair of the Gorgons, equipped with gifts from the gods, a reflective shield, a razor-sharp sword, and the cap of invisibility. His mission was straightforward yet perilous: to slay Medusa and claim her head as a trophy. But the very thought of facing a Gorgon was overwhelming. Clutching his shield, Perseus stared into the reflective surface, trembling at the thought of betrayal by a single glance. With each heartbeat, tension mounted, a palpable fear weaving through the air as he approached the lair where shadows loomed and the stench of death lingered. The Gorgons, with their piercing eyes and serpentine hair, were not just adversaries. They were embodiments of the fears that haunt every human soul. In that moment, the line between hunter and hunted blurred. What was once a quest for glory became a clash of existence, a reminder that beauty can swiftly morph into terror. As Perseus drew closer, it became clear that the Gorgons were not simply monsters. They were tragic figures, trapped in a cycle of revenge and sorrow, marked by the jealousy of gods and the cruelty of fate. The myths surrounding the Gorgons were not merely tales of horror, they were threads of emotion, woven into the fabric of history. Each time someone recounted the story, they breathed life into the sisters, allowing their plight to resonate across generations. The fear they inspired was not just about their ability to turn men to stone, it was a reflection of the darker side of human nature: jealousy, vengeance, and the complex interplay of beauty and horror. As whispers of the Gorgons spread from village to village, the stories evolved, taking on new forms with each retelling. From the lips of elders around crackling fires to the pages of ancient scrolls, the legacy of the Gorgons slipped through the cracks of time, never quite fading, always lurking in the shadows. The tension hung thick in the air, an unending loop of terror and fascination, drawing listeners into a world where every glance could seal their fate. The Gorgons, with their tragic beauty and monstrous power, were destined to remain eternal figures in the tapestry of mythology, their origins entwined with the very essence of humanity's hopes and fears. But as the tales unraveled, another thread began to emerge, hinting at transformations yet to come, a deeper exploration of what it meant to be both feared and revered. Beautiful and monstrous, the shadows beckoned and the story continued, weaving its way through history like a serpent in the dark, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays that danced upon the surface of the shimmering sea. It was a moment caught between day and night, where the air crackled with an electric energy that hinted at change. In a world where beauty and terror often walked hand in hand, a woman stood at the water's edge, her hair flowing like a cascade of dark silk, glimmering like the night sky. This was Medusa, a name that would forever echo through time. Yet, in this moment, she was merely a maiden, unaware of the storm that fate was brewing for her. Medusa was born into a world that celebrated beauty. Her allure was intoxicating. Even the gods admired her. People would stop and stare, captivated by the way her emerald eyes sparkled and the way her smile could light up the dimmest of rooms. In her village, she was considered a gift from the heavens, a living masterpiece. Sculptors fought over the privilege to carve her likeness in marble, while poets whispered her name in verses that spoke of love and admiration. But beneath the surface of that admiration lay a current of jealousy that whispered like a serpent in the grass. It was in the temple of Athena, a place that thrummed with the energy of worship and reverence, where the first threads of tragedy began to weave themselves into Medusa's life. One fateful day, as she walked through the marble columns that soared towards the sky, her beauty caught the eye of a god. Poseidon, god of the sea, was struck by her radiance, ensnared by the magic of her presence. In that moment, the power of desire eclipsed all reason. Yet, this was not a love story. It was a tale spiraling toward doom. Poseidon approached her, his voice smooth and enticing, yet charged with an ancient force. "You belong to the sea as much as the sea belongs to you," he proclaimed, his words a mixture of seduction and command. In her racing heart, a flutter of excitement ignited. But before she could respond, before she could understand the implications of his gaze, the air thickened with tension. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, observed from her sacred perch. Jealousy bloomed within her like a dark flower, twisting and turning, until it birthed a malice that could not be contained. She had been betrayed by Poseidon, and now he sought to possess Medusa, a mortal girl who was but a pawn in their divine play. The goddess's rage boiled over like a storm at sea, and the winds of fate shifted. On the very same day, beneath the gleaming sun, within the sacred temple, Medusa found herself facing an unimaginable fate. Poseidon's desires became reality, and in the sacred space where beauty should have been celebrated, darkness took over. The whispers of the villagers grew louder, tainted by fear and anger. They spoke of Medusa with scorn, eyes once filled with admiration, now twisted with contempt. Fallen, they called her, as if her beauty had somehow invited disaster. Athena, feeling betrayed, summoned Medusa to the temple, fury etched into every line of her face. The very air crackled with tension as she unleashed her wrath. "You sought to steal my glory, to bring shame to my sacred space," she roared, her voice echoing through the marble halls. Medusa, trembling, could hardly find the words to defend herself. "No, my goddess, I did not." But Athena's eyes were cold, her heart hardened. With a wave of her hand, she transformed the beautiful maiden into a being of horror, locks of golden hair twisted into snakes, each one alive with a venomous spirit, slithering and hissing with every breath. The radiant beauty that once captivated the hearts of men was replaced by a monstrous visage, and with that, Medusa was cast away, banished to a desolate island, where her screams echoed against the cliffs, unheard and untouched. As she stood there, the weight of her new existence pressed down upon her like a heavy stone. The snakes writhed atop her head, their scales catching the light in a chilling display. Every gaze cast upon her would turn the beholder to stone, a cursed mirror reflecting her torment back at her. Men who once admired her beauty now trembled at the very thought of her, their eyes wide with fear, hearts racing as they fled. Alone in the shadow of her despair, Medusa grappled with her new identity. Who was she now? The world had painted her as a monster, and she was left to grapple with a nightmare that had become her reality. With each passing day, the bitterness of betrayal by those she once trusted seeped like poison into her veins. Her screams turned into silence, her heart a stone, now filled with an anguish that twisted her spirit into something dark and fearsome. But the sea, once a shimmering backdrop to her innocence, now whispered promises of revenge. She would no longer be a victim of fate. Instead, she would become a force to be reckoned with. Medusa's anger swelled like a rising tide, and in that anger lay the seeds of transformation. No longer would she be defined by her beauty or her tragedy. Her story would be one of power, of reclaiming what had been stolen from her. Rumors of her existence spread like wildfire, tales of a fierce creature dwelling in isolation, guarding the secrets of heartbreak and wrath. Brave souls ventured to find her, drawn by the allure of glory, but they only found their doom. Each encounter with Medusa solidified her legend, turning fear into fascination. And so, the once beautiful maiden became the very embodiment of the darkness that lies in the hearts of those betrayed. As night fell upon the island, the moon hung high, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated the twisted form of Medusa. Her heart, once brimming with hope, now pulsed with a vengeance that was both terrifying and beautiful. In that moment, as she gazed at the stars, a flicker of something else ignited within her, an ember of hope that perhaps one day she could find peace. Yet, even as the stars twinkled above, a new tension loomed on the horizon. For a hero destined to confront her darkness was on the brink of arrival. And so, as the waves crashed against the rocks, Medusa's story continued to unfold, an unending tale of beauty and transformation, forever entwined with the strands of fate that intertwined her with the world outside her island prison. In the moonlit ruins of an ancient temple, whispers curled through the air like tendrils of smoke, carrying stories of power and wrath. The stone walls, etched with the tales of gods and monsters, stood witness to two figures who breathed life into fear itself. Stheno and Euryale, the Gorgon sisters, were more than just legends. They were the embodiment of vengeance, guardians of a dark secret that had persisted through the ages, their very names sending shudders down the spines of those unfortunate enough to hear them. Stheno, the eldest, had hair that writhed like a living entity, serpents coiling and uncoiling in a dance as old as time. Her eyes burned with an intensity that could melt the bravest soul into a puddle of fear. She was fierce, relentless, a warrior carved from the very essence of fury. It was said she could turn any man to stone with a mere glance, an unforgiving punishment for those who dared cross her path. In her heart, however, lay a flicker of sadness, a haunting echo of a life before the curse. She remembered the golden days when laughter and sunlight filled her world, but that was before jealousy and betrayal twisted her fate forever. Euryale, the younger sister, often remained in Stheno's shadow, but her presence was no less formidable. While Stheno was the storm, Euryale was the rising tide, powerful and relentless. Her beauty was otherworldly, but it hid a soul marked by sorrow. She had the ability to sense the fear of others, and when she did, it fed her despair. Her heart ached for the innocence lost to their monstrous forms. The sisters shared a bond that was as unbreakable as it was toxic, each reflecting the darkness of the other. Together, they roamed the desolate landscape, a terrifying pair that brought calamity wherever they went. As dusk fell over the ruins, the sisters lingered in the shadows, their presence palpable like the weight of an approaching storm. Travelers spoke in hushed tones about the Gorgons, warning each other of the dangers lurking in the night. Yet, despite the dread they inspired, there was an undeniable attraction, an allure that called to the curious and the brave. Euryale often watched as foolish heroes sought to challenge them, driven by tales of glory and the promise of riches. Each time, her heart shattered a little more, knowing that these men and women would meet their doom. She yearned for companionship, but was forever trapped in the role of a monster. One fateful night, a young warrior named Periander, with dreams painted in bright colors of victory, stumbled into their realm. He was armed with courage and a glimmer of hope, unaware that his bravado would soon be tested. As he ventured deeper into the ruins, he felt the pull of the sisters' power, a magnetic force that drew him closer, even as it filled his heart with dread. Stheno watched from the shadows, her eyes narrowing with each step he took. He was strong, no doubt, but strength alone could not defeat what he was about to face. Euryale felt a pang of regret as she watched him approach, sensing his intentions. She could see the flicker of determination in his eyes, the way his hands trembled slightly around his sword. What drove him there, she wondered? Was it a thirst for glory, or was he merely seeking to prove himself? She longed to reach out, to warn him, to tell him of the fate that awaited those who dared challenge the sisters. But all that escaped her lips was a whisper of wind, lost in the vastness of the night. As Periander neared, Steno stepped into the moonlight, her silhouette striking and fierce. The ground trembled beneath her as she confronted him, her snakes hissing and swirling around her head. "You dare enter our domain, brave warrior," she spat, her voice a low growl that echoed off the stone walls. Periander's heart raced, fear clawing at his insides. He had heard the tales, but standing before her, he felt the weight of their truth. "I seek glory," he declared, his voice wavering, "to prove I am no coward." Steno's laughter rang out, sharp and cruel. "Glory? You know nothing of it. All that awaits you here is death." But it was Euryale who took a step forward, her gaze softening as she looked at him. "Leave this place, brave one. There is nothing here for you but sorrow." Her voice, though firm, held a tinge of sadness that cut through the tension. For a brief moment, Periander hesitated, caught in a battle between fear and ambition. It was then that Euryale's eyes locked onto his, and he felt his heart skip. There was a depth there, a flicker of humanity that clashed with the danger surrounding them. But before he could respond, Steno was upon him, the air thick with her rage. "Fool!" she screamed. "You think you can leave? You will not escape." With a swift motion, she unleashed her fury, and Periander felt the ground shift beneath him as he instinctively raised his sword. In that moment, chaos erupted. The sisters, bound by blood and tragedy, faced the intruder with ferocity. Euryale felt torn. She wanted to protect him, to save him from the fate that had befallen so many before him. Yet, loyalty to Steno held her back. She watched as Steno lunged forward, and as the air crackled with tension, time seemed to stretch, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. Goosebumps raced along Euryale's arms, her heart pounding, as she saw Periander stumble, narrowly avoiding a deadly strike. In that instant, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Would he be the one to finally break their curse, to see beyond the monsters they had become? Or would he be just another tragic tale, a fleeting moment of bravery swallowed by the darkness surrounding them? The sisters, forever intertwined in their fate, were at the brink of a battle that would change everything. As the tension crackled like static in the air, Euryale's resolve began to shift. She took a breath, feeling the weight of the moment, the burden of her sister's wrath, and the desperate hope of a young warrior. In that clash of emotions, something primal stirred within her, and she knew this night would not end quietly. The fate of her sister, the warrior, and perhaps even the world beyond the ruins hung in the balance, waiting to be unleashed. The sea churned beneath the gleaming moon, waves crashing like distant thunder, whispering tales of ancient gods who roamed its depths. Phorcys and Ceto, the primordial deities of the ocean, stood side by side on the rocky shore, their figures framed by the shimmering silver light. The air was thick with anticipation, electric with the pulse of life that flickered like a candle in the night. Their eyes, deep and knowing, held the weight of the world, each glance a story of creation, chaos, and the unyielding force of love. Phorcys, with his serpentine body and wild mane, was the embodiment of the sea's mysterious depths. He was a guardian of treasures and terrors alike, his presence instilling both reverence and fear. Ceto, his partner and counterpart, glistened with the sheen of the ocean's surface, her beauty ethereal yet fierce. Together, they represented the delicate balance of creation and destruction, nurturing life while harboring the darkest monsters of the deep. Their union was not just a bond of love, but a celestial dance of duality, light and shadow, nurturing and devouring. The power of their parenthood was unmatched. From their entwined lineage emerged a host of creatures that would forever haunt the nightmares of sailors and inspire tales of heroism. With each wave that broke against the shore, a new whisper spoke of their progeny, the Gorgons, fierce and beautiful, whose mere presence could turn flesh to stone. The fearsome Scylla, a harbinger of doom lurking just beyond the horizon, and the legendary Charybdis, a whirlpool of despair that swallowed ships whole. Each offspring, born from a love both fierce and tumultuous, carried the essence of their creators, the duality of beauty and horror. As the moon cast its glow, the stars above flickered like the eyes of their children, each one a reminder of their enduring legacy. The night air was filled with the cries of the creatures that had emerged from the dark waters, a cacophony of life that echoed the power of creation. It was a symphony of existence, haunting and beautiful, painting a picture of a world that teetered on the edge of chaos. In the stillness that followed, Forces turned to Sito, his voice a low rumble that cut through the night. "What shall we create next?" he asked, the question heavy with expectation. The depth of his gaze spoke of countless dreams and fears, of the beauty and terror they had given life to. Sito's lips curled into a knowing smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief and wisdom. "There are always new nightmares to birth, dear Forces. The seas are vast, and the world is filled with stories yet untold." As they stood together, the ocean roared in agreement, a deep and mighty force that seemed to echo their thoughts. The waves crashed against the rocks, resonating with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Together, Forces and Sito embodied the chaos of the ocean, the life it created, and the destruction it wrought. They were the architects of balance, painting their own legacy across the horizon. Yet, amid the splendor of their dominion, there lingered a shadow, a looming threat from the realm of mortals. Tales of their ferocity had spread far and wide, warning sailors to tread carefully upon the waters. The gods were often depicted as vengeful, and the whispers grew louder with each generation. Fear birthed respect, and respect transformed into worship. Temples rose from the earth, adorned with offerings that glistened in the sun, tokens of gratitude, but also bribes to avoid the wrath of the ocean's guardians. Forces, in his brooding wisdom, pondered the weight of their choices. The love they had for each other was boundless, but it demanded a price. "Will they ever come to understand us?" he mused, the question hanging in the salty air. Keto placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, her warmth anchoring him in the storm of his thoughts. "They must learn that we are not simply monsters lurking beneath the waves," she replied, her voice soft but resolute. "We are the essence of life itself, to nurture, to protect, and yes, to unleash fury when necessary." As dawn approached, the horizon began to shift from dark to light, the colors transforming like the moods of the ocean itself. With each passing moment, the world prepared to awaken anew, filled with stories of adventure and peril. Forces and Sito watched as fishermen began to gather their nets, sailors readying their vessels, blissfully unaware of the divine forces watching over them. In their ignorance, they felt safe, yet the ocean was as unpredictable as the gods who ruled over it. The couple shared a glance, a knowing smile passing between them. They were not merely creators, they were guardians of balance. And yet, with creation also came the weight of consequence. With each creature they birthed, they drew deeper into an endless cycle of fear and reverence. Would their children rise too high, only to fall into the depths of despair? Would the mortals learn to respect the sea? Or would they too become victims of their own arrogance? As the first rays of sunlight kissed the surface of the water, illuminating the shadows, the world felt alive with potential. Forces and Sito stood, poised at the edge of that vibrant dawn, ready to unleash their next creation upon a world that desperately needed it. The ocean swelled in anticipation, waves crashing with renewed vigor, as if echoing the heartbeat of the gods. Amid this electric tension, a dark thought flickered in Sito's mind, a vision of their children, the Gorgons and monsters, facing the wrath of heroes armed with courage and sword. Would they become legends, or would they be hunted, mere trophies in a world that did not understand their beauty? The question of identity loomed large, urging them to ponder the paths ahead. "Perhaps we must teach them," Sito suggested, her voice breaking through the weight of uncertainty. "Let them understand the duality of existence, the beauty that comes with danger, the strength in embracing one's true nature." Forces nodded slowly, his heart heavy yet hopeful. Together, they could guide their progeny, instill in them a sense of purpose that transcended fear. As the sun climbed higher, the day promised adventures yet to unfold, stories simmering just below the surface, waiting for the right moment to burst forth. Forces and Sito, united in purpose and passion, prepared to embrace the unknown, their hearts racing with the thrill of creation. The waves whispered secrets unto the shore, a call to action, and the world held its breath, teetering on the brink of myth and reality. In the flickering light of the torchlit cavern, the air thickened with tension, each breath carrying the damp scent of earth and stone. Shadows danced across the rough-hewn walls, hinting at the presence of something both monstrous and magnificent. The whispers of ancient legends echoed softly, revealing a story that had traveled through time, clutching at the hearts of those brave enough to listen. It was a tale of three sisters, cursed to bear the wild, coiling serpents instead of hair, and gifted with a power that would send shivers down the spine of even the strongest warrior. These sisters, known as the Gorgons, were not merely figures of myth. They were once beautiful maidens, transformed by the whims of the vengeful goddess Athena, each bearing a name that struck fear into the hearts of mortals: Stheno, Euryale, and the most infamous of them all, Medusa. While the other two Gorgons shared the curse of snake hair, it was Medusa who captured the imagination of many, her story woven with threads of tragedy and terror. As the legend goes, Medusa was once a priestess in Athena's temple, renowned for her beauty and grace. But when the god Poseidon laid eyes upon her, a twisted fate was set in motion. Their forbidden encounter, fueled by desire and anger, resulted in her transformation into a creature that could petrify any living being with a single glance. The once beloved maiden was now an outcast, lurking in the shadows, her heart broken by betrayal, and her beauty turned to horror. Imagine the moment when a brave warrior, perhaps with dreams of glory, first encountered her in the dim light of her lair. With cautious steps he moved closer, sword drawn, heart pounding in his chest. But as he neared, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, a whisper of instinct warning him of the danger that lay ahead. The tails of her eyes, capable of freezing the very breath of life, filled his mind with dread. His thoughts raced. Could he really face such a being? The Gorgons' true power lay not only in their terrifying appearances, but also in their ability to instill paralyzing fear in those who dared to confront them. It wasn't just about the snake hair, writhing and hissing, but the very gaze that could turn flesh to stone. One moment of eye contact, and a man could find himself forever trapped in his final expression, a statue lost to time, his last thoughts consumed by terror. In the dim light, the tension crackled like electricity, wrapping around him like a shroud. His eyes darted, searching for a glimpse of her, the glint of a serpent, or the flash of her gaze. He could almost feel the weight of her stare, heavy and cold, pressing upon him. What would it be like to stand before her, to feel the pull of that petrifying gaze? Would he stand tall, brave and unyielding, or would his heart betray him, leading him to flee in terror? This was the power of the Gorgons, the ability to strike fear into the hearts of men, to turn courage into stone. Legends spoke of armies that had faced Medusa and her sisters, only to be reduced to lifeless figures, their bravado shattered in an instant. The stories of those who had attempted to defeat her filled taverns and marketplaces, whispered in hushed tones. Heroes who had once been celebrated now became mere anecdotes, their names forgotten, lost in the shadows of the Gorgons' wrath. Yet, beneath the tales of horror and dread, there lay a deeper truth. The Gorgons were not only fearsome beasts, they were victims of circumstances beyond their control. Medusa, in particular, became a symbol of tragic beauty, her sorrow echoing through the ages. As men sought to conquer her, they often overlooked the pain woven into her fierce exterior. The power of her gaze was not merely an instrument of destruction, it was a reflection of her suffering, a shield against the world that had turned against her. The warrior, now frozen in place, felt the weight of that history pressing down on him. He could not see her face, hidden behind strands of serpentine hair, but he could sense the anguish beneath her fearsome exterior. In that heartbeat before his destiny was sealed, he saw not a monster, but a soul tormented, longing for release from the chains of her curse. The depth of her pain mingled with his own fear, creating an unbreakable bond, one that blurred the lines between hunter and hunted. As the tale unfolded, the legend of the Gorgons continued to ripple through time, their power reverberating in the hearts of those who yearned for glory or feared loss. People began to understand that facing the Gorgons was not merely about defeating a monster, it was a test of character, a confrontation with one's own demons. In this revelation, the stories became richer, layered with emotions that echoed through the ages. And so the warrior stood, caught in the web of fate. The flickering lights around him seemed to dim, casting an almost otherworldly glow over the cavern. The air grew thick with anticipation, each second stretching into eternity. Would he raise his sword and strike, or would he find a way to bridge the chasm between them, to see the humanity buried beneath the scales and fangs? In that moment, the tale hung on a precipice. The Gorgons, with their snake hair and petrifying stares, were not just monsters of legend. They were embodiments of the very fears and struggles that plagued mankind. The past and present intertwined, creating a tapestry of emotions and decisions that would shape the future. In the shadows, the essence of the Gorgons lingered, waiting for the next brave soul to step forward, to confront not just the sisters, but the darkness within themselves. In the shadows of ancient Greece, whispers of the Gorgons reverberated like the chilling wind that rustled through the olive trees. It was said that glimpsing one of these monstrous sisters could freeze the heart of even the bravest warrior, turning them to stone with a single glance. Their hair, a writhing mass of serpents, shimmered under the sun, each scale glistening like a deadly jewel. Yet, beneath the horror of their terrifying visage lay a tangled web of stories that both fascinated and repulsed. The Gorgons, Medusa, Stheno, and Euryale, were not merely figures of dread, but reflections of humanity's deepest fears and desires. In the ancient texts, they were depicted in various lights, sometimes as monstrous foes to be defeated, other times as tragic figures, cursed for reasons long forgotten. The myths surrounding them were a tapestry of emotion, woven with threads of jealousy, beauty, and vengeance. Medusa, the most famous of the three, was once a stunning maiden, admired by all who laid eyes upon her. Her beauty was so profound that even the gods noticed, and it was Poseidon who, in a moment of lust, violated her in Athena's temple. The goddess, enraged by the desecration of her sacred space, transformed Medusa into a creature of horror, making her a monster to be feared. This transformation was not merely a punishment for Medusa, it was also a reflection of Athena's own rage and sorrow, a poignant reminder of how beauty could swiftly turn to monstrosity. As tales of the Gorgons spread, so did the fear they inspired. The epic poetry of Homer and later works by Ovid brought the sisters to life, painting vivid images in the minds of their audiences. Readers would feel their hearts race with each tale of a hero confronting Medusa, the air thick with tension as warriors approached her lair. The stories were never just about slaying a beast. They were about confronting one's own demons, the petrifying nature of fear, and the struggle between beauty and horror. In one gripping passage from Ovid's Metamorphoses, Medusa's fate is recounted with a striking blend of pity and terror. The moment when Perseus brandishes his reflective shield, a glimmer of hope against the encroaching dread, holds the audience captive. They can almost hear the cold wind howl as he tiptoes into the shadows, heart pounding, every muscle tensed. The anticipation mounts, and just when he finally beholds her, it is not only a battle of strength, but a clash of fates. Would he emerge a hero, or would he too become part of her grim legacy? The Gorgons' influence stretched beyond mere myth. In ancient art, they were depicted on shields and pottery, their fearsome faces serving as protective symbols. To gaze upon a Gorgon's image was to ward off misfortune, a paradox of beauty and terror. They became talismans of strength, a testament to the idea that even the most horrifying forms could hold power. As artists crafted their likeness, the tension between fear and admiration danced on the canvas, leaving viewers entranced. And then there was Stheno and Euryale, often overshadowed by Medusa's tragic tale. They were the embodiment of raw power, fierce protectors of their sister and their own legacy. In the accounts of ancient writers, they were depicted as relentless, battling anyone who dared to approach. Their rage was palpable. They were not merely monsters, but guardians of a painful story. Each time they appeared in combat, the narrative shifted. The audience felt the adrenaline coursing through the veins of the warriors they fought. The stakes raised higher with every clash, but the Gorgons were not solely creatures of darkness. In some interpretations, they symbolized the complexities of femininity and the struggle against a world that often seeks to confine women to narrow definitions of beauty and worth. Their monstrous forms were a direct challenge to societal norms, a powerful reminder of the strength within those deemed other. The Gorgons became symbols of female rage, often misinterpreted yet undeniably fierce. Each myth and story echoed the need for understanding, for empathy, and for recognizing the beauty in the monstrous. As the night fell over ancient Greece, the stories of the Gorgons flickered in the minds of those gathered around fires. Parents told their children of the fearsome sisters, their voices low and dramatic, drawing out the tension in every twist and turn of the tale. Children listened, wide-eyed and breathless, imagining the serpents slithering wildly, their hissing filling the air. The stories drew them in, making them feel the terror and the tragedy, the beauty and the horror all at once. It was a dance of emotions that kept them at the edge of their seats, hearts racing with every whispered word. Through the ages, the Gorgons transformed, leaving traces in literature and art, appearing in the works of poets and playwrights who sought to wrestle with their legacy. In these interpretations, the emotional weight of their stories grew heavier, layered with reflections on power, loss, and revenge. Each retelling added depth, revealing the complexities of the Gorgons' existence. They were no longer just monsters. They were symbols of resilience and defiance against a world that sought to diminish them. And so, the narratives continued, weaving their way through the fabric of history, each telling more haunting than the last. Readers would find themselves entranced by the struggle between fate and agency, trapped in a cycle of admiration and fear. The Gorgons, with their haunting beauty and tragic fates, lived on in the hearts and minds of those who dared to share their tales. The stories of Medusa, Stheno, and Euryale became a part of the human experience, a mirror reflecting the darkest fears and desires of all who listened. The chilling aura surrounding their legends lingered, a reminder that even in the monstrous, there could be beauty, and in the beauty, an eternal struggle. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient temple of Athena, a place once filled with the laughter of devoted priestesses, now haunted by whispers of a curse. Among these priestesses was Medusa, her beauty unparalleled, with hair that shimmered like spun gold and eyes that sparkled with youthful dreams. She walked through the grand halls, her heart light, unaware that dark clouds were gathering, ready to unleash a storm that would change her fate forever. As the last rays of sunlight kissed the marble columns, a looming presence hovered just beyond the temple's entrance. Poseidon, the mighty god of the sea, had set his sights on Medusa. Though she was sworn to remain untouched, the allure of her beauty ensnared him. It was a moment that would seal her destiny. The whispers of the temple echoed with warnings, but the winds of fate blew indifferent to the hearts of mortals. When the waves crashed against the shore, they carried with them a promise of tragedy. In the quiet stillness of night, Medusa found herself drawn to the moonlit shores. The sea was a siren, singing sweet melodies that tugged at her heart. It was there that Poseidon emerged, cloaked in shadows but radiating power. His gaze fixed on her with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. For a fleeting moment, she felt a spark of something she had never dared to consider. But in that moment, innocence shattered like glass. The temple became a battleground, a sacred space twisted by desire and betrayal. The next morning, the sun rose on a world forever changed. Athena, furious at the desecration of her sanctuary, turned her wrath upon Medusa. The priestess who had once been a protector of the temple was now to be transformed into a monster. With a single crushing blow, Athena cursed her, hair of snakes, eyes that turned flesh to stone. The beauty that had once captivated hearts was now a weapon in the hands of the gods. Medusa felt the cold tendrils of despair wrap around her heart as she gazed into the polished surface of a bronze shield. The reflection that stared back was no longer her own, but a grotesque figure, a horror that would send even the bravest of men fleeing. Her screams echoed through the empty halls of the temple, a sound that mingled with the crash of waves, carrying sorrow and anguish across the land. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Medusa became a legend whispered among villagers, a creature of nightmares. Her sisters, once by her side, turned away in fear, and she was left alone in a crumbling fortress. surrounded by echoes of her former life. At night, under the pale light of the moon, she wept for the woman she once was, feeling the weight of isolation crushing her spirit. Yet, somewhere deep within her, a flicker of defiance glowed. The very curse that imprisoned her also held a strange power. Medusa became a guardian of her own twisted fate, lurking in the shadows, waiting for those who dared to approach. They were drawn by the tales of her monstrous form, but it was her wrath that would be their undoing. The first man to set eyes upon her was a warrior, brave but foolish. He came seeking glory, believing he could slay the beast and claim fame. But as he laid eyes on her, his heart quaked and stone consumed him. With each victim, Medusa felt a strange satisfaction. The curse, a burden she had not chosen, had transformed her pain into a force to be reckoned with. She was no longer just a victim. She was a legend, a creature of the dark. The tales of Medusa spread far and wide, instilling fear in the hearts of men. The stories spoke of the warrior who had ventured forth with a shield polished to reflect her gaze. But it was not merely the reflection that saved him, it was his cunning and bravery that brought her story into the light. As time passed, the world outside her fortress spun on, untouched by the pain that consumed her. Kings and heroes sought her for their own purposes, each believing they could tame the monster. Yet beneath her scales and serpents, she felt the flicker of her humanity still alive, yearning for freedom, for understanding. Her heart ached with every stone heart left behind, for in each of them lay a life unfulfilled, a dream cut short. And then, amidst the sea of bloodied tales and shattered dreams, a hero appeared. Perseus, a name whispered in reverence and fear, came armed with gifts from the gods. He held the shield, a reflection of her twisted form, and a sword forged in the depths of the earth. As he approached her lair, a battle raged within her, fear of the coming violence and the longing for connection. Could he see beyond her curse? Could he uncover the woman hidden beneath the monster? With every step he took, Medusa's heart raced, the shadows danced around them, and the tension in the air crackled like lightning. Would he be her savior or another soul turned to stone? As their gazes locked, the world seemed to hold its breath. In that moment, she felt a flicker of hope and terror intertwine. Time stood still, and the curse pulsed around her like a living thing, waiting to see what would unfold. The weight of her past hung heavy in the air, a reminder of the priestess she had once been. Would the past define her? Or could this moment offer a chance for something new? The gods watched, their eyes filled with delight and dread, as the inevitable clash between hero and monster loomed on the horizon. Medusa stood at the edge of her fate, the moon casting a silver light on the scene, as the tide of destiny surged forward, dragging them both into a story that would echo through the ages. The air was thick with unshed tears and the distant echoes of laughter that once filled the old, creaking house. On a cold winter evening in 1910, the world outside was stark and silent, but inside, the faint crackling of the fireplace struggled to keep the darkness at bay. Two sisters, Clara and Rose, sat in the dim light, their eyes reflecting a bond forged in sorrow and unyielding love. They were each other's lifelines, woven tightly together by the tragic events that had upended their lives. As the snow fell softly against the window, Clara traced her fingers over a faded photograph lying on the table. It was a picture of their mother, a vibrant woman with a warm smile, holding both girls close. The loss of their mother just a year prior had left them hollow, a gaping wound that time struggled to heal. Clara could still remember the scent of her mother's lavender perfume, the way it lingered in the wind, a haunting reminder of her absence. Rose, only 2 years younger than Clara, had been a storm of emotions ever since the funeral. She had once been the playful spirit, dancing in the kitchen while their mother hummed tunes from long ago, but now the bright spark in her eyes had dimmed. Each day seemed to blend into the next, marked only by the shared grief that pressed down on them like a weight. In the quiet moments, they often held each other, finding comfort in their shared pain. One evening, as the wind howled outside, Clara brought out a dusty box filled with cherished memories. It was their mother's keepsake, and as they carefully opened it, a rush of emotions flooded the room. Inside lay old letters, a delicate lace handkerchief, and the sisters' favorite storybooks, their pages yellowed and worn. Each item told a story, a piece of their past that now felt like a relic of a life they could never return to. "Do you remember the stories she used to read to us?" Clara whispered, her voice trembling. "The ones about the brave knights and the enchanted forests?" Rose nodded, her heart aching with the weight of nostalgia. "I wish I could hear her voice just one more time," she said, her voice barely audible. The room fell into a heavy silence, the crackling of the fire the only interruption. Clara reached out and squeezed Rose's hand tightly. "We must be brave for her," she urged, a flicker of determination igniting in her heart. "We owe it to her to live fully, even if it feels impossible." As days turned into weeks, the sisters found solace in their shared resolve. They began to create new memories, small joys to honor their mother's spirit. They planted flowers in the garden, bright blooms that danced in the wind, a stark contrast to the decay that had seeped into their lives. Clara took up painting while Rose found comfort in writing. Their creations became a canvas for their grief, transforming pain into beauty. But the storm of emotion was never far behind. On particularly dark nights, shadows loomed larger than life, whispering insecurities and fears that threatened to tear them apart. Clara sometimes wrestled with the idea that she wasn't doing enough, that perhaps she should have been the one to save their mother. Rose, on the other hand, struggled with the fear of losing Clara as well, the only remaining tether to their past. One fateful night, the weight became too much for Rose to bear. She stood by the window, staring out into the abyss of darkness, her heart pounding in her chest. The world felt heavy, the silence almost suffocating. "Clara!" she called out, her voice quaking with desperation. "What if I forget her voice? What if I forget her laugh?" Clara rushed to her side, instinctively wrapping an arm around her younger sister. "You won't forget, I promise," she said, her voice a soothing balm. "We carry her with us, always." Their eyes locked, and in that moment, something shifted. The pain that had threatened to break them became a source of strength. They were not just sisters, they were survivors, bound together by tragedy, but also by an indomitable spirit that refused to fade. They began to share their mother's stories with one another, recounting every detail, every laugh, every tear, until those memories became alive again, resonating in the walls of their home. As winter melted into spring, new life began to bloom around them. The girls ventured into the world beyond their home, planting seeds not just in their garden, but in the hearts of others. They volunteered at the local orphanage, sharing warmth with children who had their own stories of loss. Clara and Rose became a source of comfort, drawing from their pain to create hope, but the shadows of their past never vanished completely. Late at night, when the wind howled and the moon hung heavy in the sky, Clara would find Rose sitting by the window, her gaze fixed on the stars. "Do you think she's out there?" Rose would ask, her voice laced with uncertainty. "I believe she is," Clara would reply, her heart filled with the warmth of unyielding love. "In every breeze, in every flower, she's watching over us." And so the sisters continued, their bond a tapestry of joy and sorrow woven together. They learned to dance with the shadows rather than run from them, finding strength in vulnerability. Each day was a tribute to their mother, a testament to the love that transcended even the deepest of tragedies. Yet, in the depths of their hearts, an unspoken fear lingered. What if the world outside grew too overwhelming? What if they lost one another, just as they had lost their mother? The thought alone sent shivers down their spines, the weight of uncertainty a constant reminder of the fragility of life. But as Clara and Rose sat together, hand in hand, gazing at the garden they had nurtured, a spark ignited within them. In the face of grief, they had found a purpose, a calling that would carry them forward. And together, they took a breath, ready to face whatever came next, fortified by the love that had blossomed from the ashes of their shared tragedy. The sight of a Gorgon, with her wild hair of snakes writhing in fury, is enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. A figure of both fear and fascination, she has captured the imagination of artists and storytellers throughout time, from the ancient Greeks who immortalized her in marble to the Renaissance painters who dripped her essence onto canvas. The Gorgon has inspired a myriad of interpretations, reflecting both the dread she incites and the allure she possesses. In the flickering shadows of a dimly lit museum, an ancient vase stands tall, its surface adorned with intricate images of Medusa. The vase tells a story of a woman transformed into a beast, her beauty twisted into a weapon. A glance at her face reveals a haunting blend of sorrow and rage, a reflection of the curse that robbed her of her humanity. The viewer can almost hear the echoes of her past, the whispers of betrayal that turned her into a monster. This haunting duality resonates through history, flickering like candlelight in the hearts of those who gaze upon her. In the days of antiquity, the Gorgons adorned not only vases but also the walls of grand temples. Artists etching her likeness into stone captured the essence of her terrifying beauty. The Greeks saw her as a protector and a punisher, a guardian of thresholds, ensuring that only the worthy could pass. Yet, there was always a price to pay. To look upon her was to risk being turned to stone. This paradox of admiration and fear played out in the minds of the ancient Greeks, who feared the Gorgon's gaze while simultaneously depicting her in art meant to ward off evil. Fast forward to the Renaissance, an era bursting with creativity and re-evaluation of classical themes. Artists like Caravaggio, known for his dramatic use of light and shadow, crafted striking images that breathed new life into the myth of Medusa. A canvas painted with raw emotion captured her fury, her eyes wide and wild, reflecting the deep pain of betrayal. As the viewer gazes into her eyes, an unsettling feeling creeps in. It's as if Medusa is not just a monster, but a tormented soul, desperate for understanding rather than fear. The juxtaposition of her monstrous exterior and deeply human despair evokes a visceral reaction, pulling the audience into her tragic narrative. The Gorgon story becomes a mirror reflecting society's fears and obsessions. Artists throughout time have seized upon her image to explore themes of female power and vulnerability. In the 19th century, Gustave Moreau, with his delicate brushstrokes and ethereal colors, portrayed Medusa not as a fearsome creature, but as a tragic figure, her expression one of haunting melancholy. Here she becomes a representation of the struggles women faced, the societal expectations that often confined them, like the snakes that encircle her head. It's a poignant commentary that resonates even today, a whisper of empathy that lingers long after the gaze is shifted. As time passes, the Gorgon evolves, and with her, the art that captures her essence. In modern interpretations, artists play with the idea of the Gorgon as both a monster and a symbol of empowerment. The sharp edges of her tail are softened by the brush of contemporary creators who see her as a representation of resilience and strength. In the works of feminist artists, Medusa becomes an icon of defiance, her fierce gaze a challenge to a world that has often demonized women who dare to stand out. She embodies the struggle against objectification, turning the fear she once inspired back upon those who would seek to control her narrative. Each artistic rendition carries with it a pulse of emotion, an echo of the stories told and retold through the ages. The Gorgon is not merely a creature to be feared. She is a testament to the complexity of human experience. Artists breathe life into her story, weaving threads of pain, rage, and ultimately transformation. The Gorgon's image dances across time, a flickering flame that draws in the curious and the brave, enticing them to confront their own fears. In one particular gallery, a striking sculpture looms. The artist has captured Medusa in mid-transformation, her body still human, but her hair already a tangle of snakes. The tension in the piece is palpable, a moment frozen in time where the line between beauty and monstrosity blurs. Viewers stand entranced, feeling the conflict of admiration and horror, their own breaths hitching in their throats. It is a visceral reminder of the fine line that separates creation from destruction, where every glance at the Gorgon resonates with the struggles of identity and the quest for belonging. The narrative of the Gorgon is never static. It shifts and evolves, much like the art it inspires. Each era paints her with different brushstrokes, imbuing her with meanings that reflect the societal issues of the time. In the 21st century, Medusa's image is reclaimed by many artists who see her not just as a figure of terror, but as a powerful symbol of female empowerment, resilience, and the reclamation of narrative. No longer just a monster, she stands as a figure of strength, a reminder to not underestimate those who have been wronged. The Gorgon's story twists and turns like the snakes upon her head, filled with unexpected moments that leave viewers breathless. Each representation invites an exploration of deeper themes: the complexities of identity, the battle against societal expectations, and the struggle for self-acceptance. Her tale reverberates through art, connecting generations and cultures, a reminder that the monsters we create often reflect our own insecurities and fears. Amid the shadows of history, the Gorgon remains a powerful figure, her story resonating with those who dare to look beyond the surface. The tension mounts as the viewer contemplates the layers of meaning woven into her representations, where beauty and horror coexist in a delicate balance. With every stroke of a brush or chisel against stone, the Gorgon's legend grows, inviting all to consider the narratives behind the fear and to confront the complexities of existence. And so her story continues, a living testament to the power of art to transcend time, echoing through the corridors of history, forever intertwining with those who dare to gaze upon her. In the shadowy recesses of ancient theaters, where flickering torches cast eerie silhouettes, the air crackled with tension as audiences prepared to witness the raw emotions of human experience. A hush fell over the crowd, hearts pounding in anticipation of the tales that would soon unfold. These stories were woven with the threads of myth, tragedy, and the haunting presence of Gorgons, figures that haunted the fringes of the stage, their influence felt in every line and every tear shed by the characters. The Gorgons, with their serpentine hair and petrifying gaze, were much more than just monsters. They symbolized the darker aspects of human nature, embodying fear, rage, and the chaos that lurked beneath civilized society. In tragedies penned by master playwrights like Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, these mythological creatures were not mere props. They were potent symbols that echoed the inner turmoil of the characters, illuminating their struggles and fears. Imagine the audience as the curtain rises, revealing a scene where heroes grapple with fate, their choices echoing with the weight of inevitability. The Gorgon's presence hangs in the air, a reminder of the consequences of hubris and the fragility of human life. In Aeschylus's The Suppliants, for instance, the Gorgons serve as a metaphor for the relentless pursuit of vengeance. As the characters become ensnared in a web of retribution and despair, the tension in the theater is palpable. Every heartbeat syncs with the tragic choices made on stage. As the actors unleash their emotions, the Gorgon's influence seeps into their performances. The audience is gripped by fear and sorrow, feeling the characters' anguish as they confront their own inner Gorgons, those aspects of themselves that they would rather ignore. The serpentine figures are a reminder that within everyone lies a monster waiting to emerge, a truth that resonates deeply in the human psyche. In Euripides' The Bacchae, the Gorgon imagery is transformed into something altogether different, yet equally striking. Here the Gorgons are intertwined with themes of ecstasy and madness, showcasing the thin line between civilization and chaos. As Dionysus leads the women into a frenzied dance, the audience feels the thrill of liberation tinged with terror. The Gorgon, in this context, becomes a symbol of unchecked passion, a reflection of the character's own fears of losing control. The actors' voices rise, trembling with urgency, as they convey the overwhelming emotion of the moment. In these tragedies, the Gorgons often serve as a dark mirror, reflecting the character's deepest fears. The audience can't help but shudder as they are reminded of their own vulnerabilities and the monsters they battle within. The tension spirals and gasps echo through the theater as the characters face their doom, often resulting from choices tainted by pride and ignorance. The Gorgons loom large in the minds of both actors and audience, representing the inevitable consequences of hubris and the fragility of human existence. The tales of the Gorgons don't end with mere battle scenes or moments of horror. They are woven into the fabric of tragic decision-making. In Antigone, the looming threat of the Gorgon suggests the destructive power of defiance. Antigone's choice to honor her brother over the king's decree resonates with the Gorgon's power to petrify, freezing the moment in time as the audience grapples with the moral implications of her actions. The tension builds and the atmosphere is thick with emotion Every word spoken feels like a stone cast into a still pond, rippling outward with consequences that will not be easily undone. The emotional stakes rise ever higher as the Gorgons symbolize not just physical danger but also the psychological torment of the characters. In the depths of despair, characters confront their own monstrous instincts, the fear of becoming what they despise. It is in these tragic moments that the true power of the Gorgons unfolds, illuminating the darkest corners of human nature. The audience is caught in a whirlwind of emotions, laughter and tears intertwining, as the realization of fate's cruelty sinks in. As the final scenes unfold, the audience stands on the precipice of despair and hope. The Gorgons remind them that tragedy is not just about death and destruction. It is also about the enduring struggle of the human spirit against insurmountable odds. The actors pour their souls into their performances, each line dripping with emotion that echoes through the ages, leaving the audience breathless. The Gorgons weave their way through the fabric of the story, both a curse and a catalyst, driving characters to their limits, forcing them to confront their deepest fears. As the curtain falls, the remnants of the Gorgons' influence linger in the air, a haunting echo of the emotions that have unfolded. The audience, still reeling from the experience, is left with an unshakable sense of unease and reflection. The stories of the Gorgons in Greek tragedy do not conclude neatly. Rather, they blur the line between myth and reality, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of those who have borne witness to the tragic dance of human frailty and the monstrous shadows that accompany it. With the stage empty and the torches flickering out, the essence of the Gorgons lingers long after the final bow. This is the power of tragedy, the way it captures the tumult of the human experience, the fear and the fury, the love and the loss, all wrapped in the serpentine grip of the Gorgons' legacy. As the audience exits, their thoughts swirl with the haunting images presented before them, an ominous reminder that the Gorgon is never truly vanquished, always waiting in the wings, ready to strike when least expected. The air grew thick with tension as the shadows of the underworld loomed, a place where the very essence of fear and reverence entwined like the twisting branches of an ancient tree. The tales of Gorgons whispered through time, echoing in the minds of those who dared to speak their names. They were not just monsters. They were guardians, mediators between the living and the dead, holding the key to the afterlife with twisted, serpentine grace. In the dim light of flickering torches, the haunting images of Gorgons settled in the minds of the living. With hair woven from venomous snakes, they were as beautiful as they were terrifying. Each gaze could turn a man to stone, freezing him in a moment of fear or awe. Yet, beneath that petrifying exterior lay stories of loss and grief. The Gorgons, once mortal women, had faced their own tragedies. Medusa, the most famous among them, had been a priestess of Athena, her beauty unmatched until envy twisted her fate. Trapped in a form that inspired horror, she became a symbol of the very fears that plagued humanity. In this dance of life and death, the underworld awaited with its dark allure. Souls journeyed across the river Styx, guided by Charon, the silent ferryman. The Gorgons were said to guard the entrance, their serpentine forms coiling protectively around the threshold. To those who dared trespass, their stony gazes would ensure that only the worthy crossed into the shadows of eternity. The stories of those who had encountered them filled the air with shivers, tales of travelers meeting their doom, only to return as whispers in the night. But not every encounter ended in terror. Some spoke of the Gorgons offering salvation, a chance to escape their fate. It was said that if a soul was brave enough to look beyond the fear, they could find wisdom in their eyes, a path to understanding the cycle of life and death. For the Gorgons, this was a sacred duty, a role they embraced despite their cursed existence. They were the watchers and the weepers, mourning the lost and guiding the worthy towards the light, or the darkness, as the case might be. Echoes of ancient rituals resonated, where Gorgons were invoked in prayers for safe passage to the afterlife. As the flickering flames cast dancing shadows, whispers filled the room with stories of sacrifices made to appease these fearsome beings. Offerings of flowers, precious stones, and even the blood of animals were laid at altars, beseeching the Gorgons to show mercy. The emotions of fear, reverence, and desperation intertwined, creating a tapestry of human experience that painted a vivid picture of ancient beliefs. The tension heightened as tales spread of heroes who faced the Gorgons, wielding swords and shields, their hearts racing with the desire not only to conquer, but to comprehend. Perseus, the legendary slayer, was celebrated not just for his victory, but for the understanding he brought back from the depths of horror. With the reflection in his polished shield, he had turned their own power against them, capturing Medusa's essence in a shield, a trophy and a reminder of the fragility of life. The chaos of that encounter still lingered, a stark reminder that every victory comes at a cost. But what of those who fell victim to the Gorgon's gaze? Each stone figure, frozen in time, told a story of despair and bravery, of dreams unfulfilled and lives cut short. The underworld was filled with these echoes, souls trapped in their own despair, reflecting the choices made in life. They served as a reminder of the thin line between fear and understanding and the heavy price of arrogance. The very ground beneath trembled with the weight of history, resonating with the footsteps of those who had come before. The Gorgons, once mere guardians of the underworld, became symbols of the dual nature of humanity, fierce yet vulnerable, beautiful yet horrific. Each encounter was laden with emotion, a symphony of fear, courage, and the quest for meaning in the face of mortality. The stories intertwined, drawing the living closer to the Gorgons' tragic existence. Tales of love lost, betrayal, and the search for redemption echoed through the ages. Each whisper was a thread in the grand tapestry, binding the hearts of mortals to the eternal dance between life and death. The Gorgons became not just figures of terror, but embodiments of every person's struggle, reflecting the darkest corners of the human soul. As the night deepened, the air grew colder, the shadows stretching longer, inviting more stories to spill forth. The Gorgons' connection to the afterlife was not merely a tale of horror, it was a reminder of the choices we make and the consequences that follow. Fear intertwined with hope, as souls traversed the thin veil, separating the living from the dead. In the flickering glow of the torches, a new chapter awaited. The stories of the Gorgons were far from over, leaving trails of intrigue and emotion that beckoned the curious. What lay beyond their gaze? What secrets lingered in the depths of the underworld? As the night unfolded, the line between fear and fascination blurred, drawing all who listened deeper into the mysteries of existence, urging them to confront their own shadows and perhaps find a path illuminated by the very creatures they once feared. The moon hung low in the star-speckled sky, casting a silvery glow over the jagged cliffs of Seriphos. It was a night of shadows and whispers, an electric charge in the air that seemed to hum with the promise of adventure and danger. Young Perseus, barely more than a boy, stood at the edge of a steep precipice, his heart pounding like a war drum. The whispers of fate were all around him, taunting him, enticing him. He could almost hear the voice of the gods echoing from Olympus, urging him toward his destiny. His mother Danae had always warned him of the dangers lurking beyond their humble home. Yet here he was, drawn into a quest that would test his very soul. The tales of Medusa, the monster with snakes for hair, and a gaze that turned men to stone, danced in his mind. He had heard the stories from the old sailors at the port, their voices trembling as they spoke of her lair, a dark, forbidding cave that was said to lie at the farthest edge of the world. Legends told of brave souls who had attempted to face her, only to be lost forever in her petrifying gaze. But Perseus felt the weight of his fate on his shoulders, a call to action that he could not ignore. As he descended the rocky path toward the shore, the waves crashed violently against the rocks below. Each roar of the ocean seemed to echo the turmoil in his heart. He had promised to bring back the head of Medusa, a gift for King Polydectes, who had threatened to take Danae from him. But the true nature of his quest gnawed at him. This was not just about his mother's safety, it was about proving himself. The boy who had been raised in a tower was finally stepping into a world that was as cruel as it was beautiful. With every step, he felt the weight of his sword, a gift from the gods, hanging heavy at his side. It was forged by the finest smiths of Olympus, glimmering with a power that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Would it be enough to protect him against a creature born of nightmares? He could almost hear the laughter of the gods, watching him like a spectator at a grand play, their fates intertwined with his own. As he neared the water, he spotted a figure waiting for him, cloaked in shadows. It was Athena, the goddess of wisdom, her eyes shining like stars. "Brave Perseus," she said, her voice a soft breeze that carried the weight of ages. "Your path is filled with peril. But remember this, it is not strength alone that will guide you. You must use your mind as well." With a flick of her wrist, she revealed a polished shield, its surface gleaming like liquid silver. "Use this to view Medusa's reflection. Face her without looking directly into her eyes." He took the shield, feeling its cool, smooth surface. Suddenly, the enormity of his task settled upon him like a heavy cloak. He was to face a being who had terrified entire armies. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, beneath that fear lay a flicker of courage. He would not let his mother down. He would not let fear dictate his fate. With the shield clutched tightly, he turned to leave. The goddess's words lingered in his mind as he made his way to the ship that would take him to the lair of Medusa. Each wave crashing against the vessel seemed to mirror his heartbeat, fast, wild, and filled with an adrenaline that both thrilled and terrified him. The crew of brave men, hardened by battles and storms, eyed him with a mix of respect and concern. They had heard whispers of the task ahead, and even they were unsure of what lay in wait. Days turned into nights as they sailed through treacherous waters, where sea monsters lurked just beneath the surface. Perseus dreamt of the hunt, of slashing through darkness to find the truth of his own courage. Each morning, he awoke with the sun, staring at the horizon and wondering if he would ever return home. His heart ached with longing, not just for his mother, but for the life he had known, a life that seemed impossibly distant now. Finally, as dawn broke on the horizon, they reached the rocky shores of the Gorgons' lair. The cliffs towered above like ancient sentinels, and a cold wind swept through the air, carrying with it a foul scent of decay. The crew shuddered, too afraid to venture further, their eyes wide with dread, but Perseus felt a fire ignite within him. This was the moment that would define him, a threshold between boyhood and the man he yearned to become. Steeling himself, he climbed the jagged path, the shield clutched tightly in his hand. The cave entrance loomed before him, dark and foreboding, as if it were a mouth ready to swallow him whole. Shadows danced at the edges of his vision, and for a moment he hesitated. What if it was true? What if Medusa's gaze held the power to shatter him? But then he thought of his mother, of her gentle smile and the way her laughter had filled their lonely tower. He could not let fear win. With a deep breath, he stepped inside. The darkness enveloped him like a heavy fog, but the shield glimmered in his grip, offering a faint light. He moved deeper into the cave, each footfall echoing with a haunting finality. Silence pressed upon him, thick and suffocating. Then from the shadows he heard it, a soft, slithering sound, the unmistakable hiss of serpents. His heart raced, and he dared not look directly ahead. As he raised the shield, he caught a glimpse of movement, a figure draped in shadows, her hair writhing like a nest of vipers. Medusa. He could feel her presence, a chilling aura that seemed to saturate the air. The legends had not prepared him for the reality of her gaze, the way it could freeze the bravest of men into statues of despair. But Perseus was ready. He steadied his breath, allowing the shield to guide him, using its reflection to navigate the darkness. With each step, the hissing grew louder, more menacing. He could feel her eyes upon him, searching, piercing. The tension in the air was thick, almost tangible, and he knew that one wrong move could be his last. The ground trembled as Medusa moved, a creature of nightmares emerging from the shadows. Perseus could barely contain his fear, but he felt the power of the gods flowing through him. He would not falter. With a fierce determination, he charged, sword raised high, ready to face the monster that had haunted the dreams of men since time immemorial. The battle was about to begin, and all he could think of was the love for his mother and the price he was willing to pay to protect her. A chilling wind swept through the jagged cliffs of the Gorgon's lair, carrying with it an unsettling whisper that seemed to echo off the ancient stones. The air, heavy with an eerie stillness, hinted at stories long forgotten. Tales of beauty twisted into monstrosity, of hope turned to despair. Those who dared approach the lair felt the weight of its dark history pressed down upon them like an unseen hand, stifling their breath and quickening their hearts. The rocky landscape was as unforgiving as the legends that surrounded it. Towering cliffs, jutting like the teeth of a gigantic beast, framed a dark and turbulent sea. The waves crashed violently against the rocks, sending sprays of salty mist into the air, mingling with the cries of seagulls that circled above, their shadows flickering like ghosts. Here, in this desolate place, the fates of heroes and monsters intertwined, bound by the shackles of myth and magic. This was the home of the Gorgons, the fearsome daughters of Phorcys and Ceto, known for their hair of living serpents and gazes that could turn any man to stone. Medusa, Stheno, and Euryale were more than mere monsters. They were symbols of the duality of fear and beauty, passion and horror. Their lair, carved into the very flesh of the earth, radiated a sense of foreboding, a place where light fled and darkness reigned supreme. As one gazed into the mouth of the lair, a cavernous entrance framed by twisted vines and jagged stone, it became clear that this was no ordinary cave. It was a gateway to a world where nightmares thrived. The ground was uneven, strewn with boulders that looked like the remnants of some ancient battle, a silent testament to the many who had come seeking glory, only to find their doom. The air within was thick and damp, heavy with the scent of earth and decay, a reminder that life is fleeting, and death can lurk just beyond the shadow of hope. The symbolism of the Gorgon's lair extended far beyond its grim appearance. It represented the struggle between the seen and the unseen, the known and the unknown. The entrance, the gap between light and darkness, tugged at the heart, inviting one to confront their own fears. What lay beyond this threshold? Treasure, wisdom, or the cold embrace of death? The Gorgons themselves were creatures of contradiction. Once beautiful maidens, their fates twisted by the gods' jealousy and wrath, their metamorphoses into monsters served as a stark reminder of the fragility of innocence. Medusa, the most famous of the trio, was said to have been a priestess in Athena's temple, her beauty unmatched. But a single moment of weakness, a moment that led to her defilement, turned her into a figure of horror. It was as if the gods had decided that beauty could only exist in the absence of sin, and thus Medusa's punishment was a symbol of the harsh realities of life. Those who stood at the mouth of the lair could sense this history echoing through the stones. The whispers of past souls seemed to swirl around them, a chilling reminder of the monsters that lurked within. A sense of dread wrapped around their hearts, squeezing tighter with every step they took closer to the entrance. The rocks, slick with moisture, seemed to pulse beneath their feet, alive with energy, perhaps the very essence of the Gorgons themselves, still trapped in their eternal struggle between their past and present forms. Ancient tales spoke of heroes who ventured into the Gorgon's lair, armed with nothing but courage, cunning, and a reflective shield. These were brave souls who sought to vanquish the monsters and reclaim glory for themselves. Perseus, the most renowned among them, wielded the gifts of the gods: Hermes' winged sandals, Hades' helmet of invisibility, and Athena's polished shield. With each step he took toward the lair, the tension in the air thickened, an invisible force that both attracted and repelled. Would he be the one to break the spell, or would he too become another stone statue, forever trapped in the Gorgon's haunting tale? The darkness of the Gorgon's lair was not merely a physical space, it was a metaphor for the fears that lay dormant within each person's heart. The shadowy interior, filled with uncertainty and danger, mirrored the internal battles that every individual faced: the fight against one's own demons, the struggle to overcome the past, and the quest for redemption were all encapsulated within those walls. In this place, the Gorgons were not just monsters. They were reflections of the soul's darkest corners, the parts of ourselves that we fear to face. As one ventured deeper into the lair, the atmosphere shifted. The air grew colder, and the whispers intensified, swirling around like a tempest. It felt as if the very stones were breathing, sharing secrets that had been buried for centuries. The flickering light of torches cast ominous shadows against the walls, dancing figures that mimicked the torturous dance of despair and hope that had played out here time and again. Within this lair, the symbols of transformation and tragedy intertwined. The Gorgons, once beautiful, now represented the cost of betrayal and the depth of sorrow. The cave itself was a crucible, a place where hearts were tested and destinies forged. Those who dared to tread lightly faced not just the threat of physical peril, but also the emotional upheaval that came with confronting their own fears and regrets. The Gorgon's lair was a living tapestry of history, woven with threads of sorrow, strength, and resilience. From the jagged cliffs to the treacherous depths of the cavern, every inch of the landscape was steeped in the weight of countless stories. Each step taken within echoed with the ghosts of those who had come before, heroes, monsters, and everything in between. It was a place that demanded respect, a reminder of the fine line that separates beauty from horror. As the shadows deepened and the whispers grew louder, it became clear that the Gorgon's lair held more than just monsters. It held the very essence of humanity's greatest fears and desires, waiting to ensnare those who dared to look too closely into its depths. In this realm of myth and magic, the line between life and death blurred, and the truth lay just beyond the reach of those who sought to uncover it. In the flickering shadows of an ancient temple, echoes of whispered prayers danced in the cold air, mingling with the scent of damp stone and moss. The temple, once a sanctuary for the goddess Athena, stood crumbling, its majestic columns now draped in shadows. Here, secrets lay buried beneath layers of time, waiting for the unwitting to awaken them. And yet, it was not the echoes of the past that made the air thick with tension that day. It was the simmering fury of Stheno, the immortal Gorgon. Stheno, unlike her sister Medusa, was not cursed by the gods for a fleeting moment of passion. No, her rage ran deeper, rooted in betrayal and loss. Her eyes, two pools of molten gold, burned with an intensity that could turn the bravest warrior to stone. Long had she watched her sisters suffer. Long had she felt the weight of their curse. Today, however, her fury was not just for herself or for Medusa. It was for all the wrongs inflicted upon her family and their legacy. A lone figure entered the temple, unwittingly stepping into the maw of her wrath. A young warrior, clad in gleaming bronze armor, his heart pounding with ambition, strode forward with misguided confidence. He sought glory, not knowing that he was merely a pawn in a game much larger than he could fathom. The sunlight streamed through broken openings in the roof, illuminating the dust that swirled like trapped spirits. Stheno watched from the shadows, her anger simmering, as she listened to his boastful dream of slaying a Gorgon to prove his worth to the world. With each confident step he took, she felt the heat of her rage rise. How many had come before him, all claiming they would conquer her? How many had believed they could end her lineage, only to become yet another stone statue in the garden of her vengeance? The very thought of their arrogance ignited a fury that threatened to consume her entirely. Foolish child, she thought, a bitter smile creeping onto her lips. You know not what you seek. She shifted slightly, the ancient stones beneath her almost trembling in response to her power. The air thickened, electric with anticipation, as if the very world awaited her command. Suddenly the warrior stopped, a shiver racing down his spine as the atmosphere shifted. He felt it, a presence lurking just out of sight, watching his every move. He turned slowly, searching the dim corners of the temple, but the shadows held their secrets close. Stheno reveled in the moment, feeling the pulse of fear radiate from him. The thrill of the hunt coursed through her, invigorating her spirit. With a swift movement, she stepped into the light, her form casting a long shadow across the temple floor. The warrior gasped, his bravado crumbling like the crumbling stone around him. Stheno's beauty was haunting, ethereal, yet her eyes bore the weight of centuries of grief and rage. You seek to destroy what you cannot understand, she hissed, her voice low and melodic, laced with the promise of doom. Panic surged through him as he drew his sword, its blade glinting against the flickering light. I will end your terror, he shouted, his voice trembling despite his attempts to sound brave. But Stheno merely laughed, a sound that echoed off the ancient walls, resonating with both power and sorrow. Do you think a mere blade can cut through the rage of a goddess? She challenged, stepping closer, her very presence demanding attention. The air around her shimmered, charged with an energy that both attracted and repelled. The warrior's heart raced as he took a step back, the weight of her gaze pinning him in place, paralyzing him with an unfathomable dread. Stheno felt a surge of satisfaction as she witnessed his fear. It reminded her of the countless times she had witnessed the terror of those foolish enough to challenge her. She remembered the faces of those who had wronged her family, the kings who had sought her sisters' heads, the heroes who had turned their blades upon her lineage. Her anger was a living thing, twisting and writhing within her, demanding release. With a sudden movement, she raised her hand, summoning the shadows around her. The darkness coiled and twisted, forming monstrous shapes that danced along the temple walls. "You have brought this upon yourself," she declared, her voice resonating with a power that shook the very stones. "You will learn the price of arrogance." The warrior's bravery faltered as he faced the dark creations that sprang to life before him. Creatures born of nightmares, their eyes shining with malice, emerged from the shadows. He swung his sword wildly, but it was as if he fought against the very essence of darkness. With each swing, he felt more powerless, more vulnerable. In that moment, the temple was filled with a cacophony, the clash of metal against stone, the roar of creatures unleashed, and the sharp cries of a soul awakening to the truth of his own fragility. Stheno's laughter rang out, wild and free, the embodiment of her unbridled fury. She was no longer just a guardian of her family's legacy. She was a storm unleashed, an unstoppable force of nature, determined to reclaim her stolen power. As the chaos erupted, the warrior fell to his knees, his resolve shattered. Realizing too late the folly of his quest, Stheno's heart swelled with triumph, but beneath it lingered a hint of sadness. Her rage was her armor, but it was also her prison. The curse of the Gorgon was not just their monstrous appearance, it was the isolation, the unending cycle of vengeance that bound them in grief. But now, as the shadows writhed and the confusion swirled around her, she found a strange solace in her fury. It was a fire that could burn away the past and forge a new path, one where she could finally claim her place among the gods and mortals alike. In the depths of her heart, she felt the flicker of hope ignite within the storm of her rage. No longer simply a vessel of revenge, Stheno embraced her fury, ready to unleash it on the world that had wronged her, ready to reclaim the legacy of her family with every fierce breath she took. And as the echoes of battle filled the temple, it was clear that this was just the beginning. The whispers of history would remember Stheno not just as a Gorgon, but as a force unbound, a tempest of wrath that would not be denied. The warrior, now a mere footnote in her tale, would soon learn that some legends are born from the fiercest of storms. The fury of the immortal Gorgon was awakening, and it would not rest until every stone of her anger had been laid bare, until every soul that had crossed her path would feel the weight of her rage. A chill swept through the dimly lit chamber, where shadows danced with the flicker of a single candle. Euryale sat alone, the weight of centuries pressing down upon her shoulders like a shroud. She was a figure of sorrow, her once vibrant spirit now dulled by the passage of time and the curse that bound her to fate's cruel hand. The legends told of her beauty and her power, but here, in this moment, all that lingered was an echo of memories long forgotten. The cold, stone walls seemed to absorb her breath, and with every exhale, she felt the sting of loss. Euryale, one of the fabled Gorgon sisters, was no longer the fierce guardian of ancient secrets. She had become a relic, a whisper of a past that no longer held place in the hearts of mortals or gods. The world outside had moved on, leaving her behind to lament the love and life she had once known. Once, she had danced under the silver light of the moon, her laughter ringing through the valleys, enchanting all who dared to listen. But now that laughter was silenced, replaced by a haunting melody of despair. Euryale clutched a locket around her neck, a small, tarnished piece of jewelry that held a portrait of the only man she had ever loved, Perseus, the hero who had spared her sisters but had turned away from her. The ache of his absence felt as sharp as the blade that had severed her heart. Euryale recalled the day she had first laid eyes on him, a moment suspended in time. His eyes, a fierce storm of courage and warmth, had pierced through her monstrous exterior, seeing not just the Gorgon, but the woman within. They had shared stolen glances and fleeting conversations, moments that flickered like a candle in the dark. But fate played its cruel hand, and she had become the monster in the myths, the villain in a story that had never truly belonged to her. As she sat there, the memories washed over her like waves crashing against a rocky shore. She remembered the way he had fought to save his people, the bravery that inspired everyone around him. Yet, in that battle, she had felt the first pangs of heartbreak, realizing that the very essence of who she was had pushed him away. The world had painted her as a creature of terror, and he had been forced to choose between his duty and the love blossoming in the shadows. Every day thereafter had been a torment, a cruel reminder of what could have been. Euryale's sisters, Steno and Medusa, had tried to comfort her, but their own tragedies intertwined with hers in an unending cycle of grief. Medusa had suffered first, cursed by Athena's wrath, transformed into a being that turned men to stone with just a glance. Euryale had watched helplessly as her sister lost her humanity, a fate that loomed darkly over her own existence. The pain of watching Medusa's transformation was a wound that never healed. Euryale mourned not just for her sister, but for herself, for the bond they shared that was now tainted by fear and despair. Every day spent in the shadows felt like a deeper descent into madness. She could feel the whispers of the world outside, the stories of her sister's terror echoing in the minds of those who spoke her name with dread. Yet, it was not only her sister's fate that left her heartbroken. Euryale knew she had been forgotten, just as the stories of old faded into the mists of time. Once revered as a protector, now she was merely a cautionary tale told to frightened children. The songs that once celebrated their power now reduced them to mere monsters lurking in the dark. Euryale's lament grew louder in her heart, a symphony of sorrow that reverberated through the caverns of her soul. She recalled the way the sun used to warm her skin, how the laughter of mortals had filled her with joy. But now darkness cloaked her like a heavy blanket, suffocating and unrelenting. The world outside had become a distant memory, a place where joy thrived while she remained shackled to despair. In her solitude, she began to sense a shift in the air, a subtle stirring that hinted at change. Perhaps it was the arrival of a new hero, a brave soul who might yet see her for who she truly was. Euryale could feel the vibrations of destiny crackling like a live wire throughout the chamber. The thought filled her with both hope and dread. Could she bear the possibility of heartbreak once more? As night deepened, she caught a glimpse of movement at the entrance of her lair. A figure approached cautiously, the silhouette outlined against the dim light. Euryale's heart raced, a mix of fear and hope surging through her veins. Could this be a warrior? A kindred spirit willing to defy the myths and see beyond her monstrous form? Or was it just another soul come to witness the legend of the Gorgon, destined only to flee in horror? The figure drew closer, and she could make out the details of a familiar face, one that had haunted her dreams. Time seemed to stand still as recognition washed over her. It was not Perseus, but someone else, a young warrior whose determination shone bright, unmarred by the tales of old. Her heart thudded in her chest, a pulse of adrenaline igniting her senses. Euryale, the warrior called softly, his voice a gentle breeze in an otherwise turbulent storm. I have come to seek the truth. In that moment, the air thickened with possibility. Euryale felt a flicker of hope ignite within her, a flame in the darkness that had threatened to consume her for so long. Perhaps this was the beginning of a new chapter, a chance to rewrite her story, to escape the clutches of heartbreak that had held her captive for far too long. As she stepped into the light, her heart swelled with emotion, an unbreakable yearning for connection that had eluded her for years. The warrior's gaze met hers, and Euryale felt the walls of her solitude begin to crumble, giving way to the possibility of redemption. Yet, as the shadows danced around them, she couldn't shake the fear that this moment too could slip away like a wisp of smoke. And so there they stood, two lost souls on the brink of something wondrous and terrifying, caught in the web of forgotten tales and unspoken truths, waiting for the next breath to weave their fates together in a tapestry woven of light and darkness. A chilling wind swept through the ancient ruins as dusk settled over the land. Shadows danced like wraiths, hinting at the stories that lay entangled in the fabric of history. Among these tales, the myths of Gorgons whispered across continents, echoing through time and space, intertwining culture, fear, and fascination. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Images of serpents, cursed beauty, and petrifying gazes flickered in the flickering light of torches. In Greece, the most famous of the Gorgons, Medusa, was once a beautiful maiden turned monstrous by the goddess Athena. Her golden hair transformed into writhing snakes, each one a symbol of her torment and rage. The sight of her visage could turn any man to stone, a stark reminder of the power of the divine and the consequences of betrayal. But Medusa's story does not stand alone. In India, tales of the Matsya, a fish-like being, echo with similar themes of transformation and divine retribution. Those who dared to disrespect the sacred were met with a punishment as unforgiving as Medusa's stare. Across the world in Africa, the mythology surrounding the Ahyoka, a creature resembling a serpent woman, held a mirror to the fears and values of its people. This figure, both protector and terror, captivated and warned. In the folklore of the Zulu, she emerged as a guardian of dreams, yet her gaze could ensnare the unwary into nightmares, illustrating a complex duality that resonates with the very essence of humanity. Beauty intertwined with danger, desire laced with fear. As the night deepened, the rhythms of these narratives began to align, revealing common threads woven through disparate cultures. The Gorgon was not merely a monster, but a manifestation of societal fears, often embodying the consequences of female empowerment or transgression. In Japan, the yokai, often depicted as fearsome women with long hair, share similarities with the Gorgons, as they too possess an alluring beauty that conceals deadly intent. The tale of Yama-Uba, the mountain witch, captures this theme vividly. She can lure unsuspecting travelers into her lair, only to reveal her monstrous nature. What is it about these figures that captivates the human imagination? Perhaps it is their ability to evoke a primal fear, the instinctive terror of being ensnared by something seemingly beautiful yet inherently dangerous. The Gorgon myths serve as a cautionary tale, warning of the allure of the unknown and the perils of stepping beyond societal boundaries. As the shadows lengthened, the weight of these stories hung in the air, urging listeners to consider their own lives, their own choices. In the icy realms of Norse mythology, the tales of the Kraken and its serpentine form parallel the Gorgon's power. The Kraken, a monstrous sea creature, was said to rise from the depths to devour entire ships. Fear of the ocean and the unknown mirrored the dread of Medusa's petrifying gaze, revealing how different cultures personify fears through monstrous beings. The threads of these narratives tightened, binding ancient civilizations in an intricate tapestry of shared emotion. In the heart of the Americas, the serpent goddess, Quetzalcoatl, presents yet another facet of this phenomenon. Revered for her wisdom and feared for her power, she embodies duality much like Medusa and her kin. These serpents of mythology often symbolize transformation and the cyclical nature of life and death. Across cultures, the serpent's presence speaks to innate fears, but also to deep-seated respect, creating a conflict as compelling as the tales themselves. Yet the most striking aspect of these Gorgon myths is their evolution over time. In the Renaissance, Medusa became a symbol of female rage and empowerment, her image used by artists to challenge the norms of their time. Botticelli's and Caravaggio's depictions reflect a shift where Medusa's face is no longer merely a source of fear, but a complex character representing the struggles faced by women in a patriarchal world. The stone gaze of Medusa transformed into an emblem of strength, a symbol of the fiercest protection against oppression. As the hours stretched on, the stories continued to flow, each myth echoing the next, in a rhythm that surged and receded like waves upon the shore. The Gorgons of ancient lore created a bridge, connecting cultures through their shared fears and dreams. They became not only figures of terror but also of resilience, embodying the struggles against the forces that seek to silence or diminish the voices of the marginalized. In a distant village in Eastern Europe, the tales of the Baba Yaga, another serpent-like figure, resonate with similar themes. This witch, both feared and revered, embodies the contradictions of power and fragility. She is a keeper of wisdom and a harbinger of doom, her stories woven into the fabric of childhood. Young ones learn of her not just as a cautionary tale, but as a reminder of the complexity of the world around them, where beauty often veils something darker. As the night wore on, the chilling wind carried whispers of these myths from one corner of the world to another. The Gorgons and their counterparts became a mirror reflecting humanity's deepest fears, desires, and the intricate dance between beauty and monstrosity. The stories held the power to petrify and to empower, leaving echoes of their impact long after the fires had dimmed and the shadows faded. In the quiet stillness, an unbreakable bond formed among these tales, drawing every listener into a web of emotion, tension, and intrigue. Each story, each culture, expanded the definition of what it meant to confront the darkness within and without. The Gorgon myths across cultures continued to resonate, leaving behind a haunting urge to explore the next chapter, to seek out even more tales of transformation, fear, and strength that lay just beyond the horizon. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows across the ancient stone walls, illuminating twisted faces in the grimy old bookshop. On one dusty shelf, an old tome lay open, its pages yellowed with age, filled with the chilling tales of a creature so terrifying that even the bravest souls hesitated to utter her name, Medusa. The mere mention of her conjured images of snakes writhing in her hair, eyes that froze the very life from those who dared to meet her gaze. This was not just a story from the past, but an echo that would ripple through the centuries, leaving an indelible mark on modern horror and fantasy. As the flickering flame danced, it revealed fragments of history long forgotten. Medusa was no ordinary monster. She was once a beautiful maiden, transformed into a Gorgon as punishment. The whispers of her tale were steeped in betrayal, jealousy, and wrath. The ancient Greeks wove her story into their mythology, using her as both a warning and a fascination. Her terror transcended time, becoming a powerful symbol of female rage and vulnerability. The moment her story seeped into folklore, it sparked something in the collective imagination, a fear that would find its way into the very fabric of horror itself. In the alleyways and hidden corners of countless towns across Europe, children dared each other to recount her frightful legend. They spoke of the way she turned heroes to stone with just a single glance, her serpents hissing softly in the night, an unholy choir of malice. Even in the dark, dreary corners of Gothic literature, where shadows loomed large and despair seeped into the pages, Medusa's influence was unmistakable. Writers like Mary Shelley and Bram Stoker breathed life into their monsters by drawing on the themes of transformation and the grotesque, weaving a rich tapestry that linked back to tales of the Gorgon. As the candle flickered again, the shop seemed to pulse with the weight of Medusa's legacy. The Gothic elements of her story found their way into modern narratives. From the sinister corridors of H.P. Lovecraft's bizarre worlds to the chilling atmospheres created by Stephen King, the Gorgon's essence could be felt lurking just beneath the surface. Writers crafted their villains with the same despair and tragedy that marked Medusa's life, creating characters who were more than just monsters. They were reflections of humanity's deepest fears and regrets. Imagine the thrill of gripping a book late at night, heart racing, as the hero approached a figure shrouded in darkness. Each turn of the page revealed not just a confrontation, but a haunting dance with the unknown, where the line between predator and prey blurred. Such encounters resonated with the echo of Medusa's tale, invoking a visceral reaction that compelled readers to look away, yet yearn to see more. The power of her story, woven through centuries, pulsed like a heartbeat, echoing in every chilling chapter. Tension hung in the air like a heavy mist as parents recounted bedtime stories with an air of foreboding. Creatures with sparkling eyes and deadly intentions emerged from the shadows, echoing the Gorgon's legacy. They turned ordinary lives into nightmares, reminders that beauty can hide horror beneath its surface. The creatures of modern horror, whether vampires lurking in moonlit graveyards or witches brewing potions in shadowy forests, drew directly from the terror Medusa inspired. They embodied the same fear of the unknown, the same enthralling dread that left audiences breathless. Even films that played out on silver screens showcased an unmistakable homage to Medusa. Directors crafted beings with otherworldly charms, often revealing them to be as deadly as they were beautiful. The Gorgons' influence was palpable. Her legacy was alive in the very essence of these stories. A flick of a serpentine tail, a flash of petrifying eyes, the audience clutched their popcorn, entranced by the dance between horror and allure. The screen flickered, and with every chilling moment, Medusa's spirit seemed to whisper, reminding viewers that monsters were not always what they seemed. With the rise of fantasy genres, Medusa's shadow loomed large, transforming the way heroes faced their fears. Characters adorned with traits reminiscent of the Gorgon, strength wrapped in vulnerability, became the norm. They navigated worlds filled with magic, dragons, and ancient curses, always haunted by the potential for transformation into something terrible. This theme, rooted in Medusa's narrative, thrummed through these tales like a dark melody, filling the hearts of readers and viewers with both hope and dread. The echoes of her influence even seeped into the realms of video games, with players battling monstrous foes that mirrored Medusa's essence. Each encounter became a pulse-pounding race against time, a test of strategy as they sought to escape the gaze that could turn them to stone. The thrill of the chase and the fear of failure intertwined, creating an addictive cycle that hooked players deeper into the narrative. Medusa's legacy thrived here, turning mere gameplay into an exploration of primal fears and desires, a reflection of humanity's struggle against the dark forces lurking in the corners of their minds. As the candle burned low, the bookshop held its breath, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Medusa's tale lingered like a breath of wind, rustling the pages of history while stirring the imaginations of the present. In every whisper of a tale, in every flicker of shadow, her influence remained a haunting presence, a reminder that horror and beauty were entwined in an eternal dance. The world outside the shop seemed to fade away, leaving only the pulse of stories shaped by Medusa's tragic fate. The flickering light gave life to her narrative, weaving through the hearts of those who dared to listen. The tales would continue, evolving and transforming, much like the Gorgon herself, forever leaving an imprint on the very soul of horror and fantasy. The shadows deepened and the air thickened with anticipation, as if the story itself was holding its breath, ready to unleash the next chapter driven by the enduring power of Medusa. The wind howled through the ancient ruins, swirling dust and whispers of forgotten tales. In the flickering shadows cast by the dying sun, a figure lay on the cold stone floor, her hair a mass of serpents, each one writhing and hissing, eyes gleaming with a fierce, haunting sadness. Medusa, once revered as a beautiful maiden, now stood as a grotesque figure feared by all who crossed her path. But beneath her monstrous exterior, a complex story simmered, waiting to be revealed. Long ago, she walked the sun-drenched shores of ancient Greece, a stunning priestess in the temple of Athena. Her beauty was renowned, so striking that even the gods themselves took notice. But it was not the admiration of mortals that would seal her fate. It was the gaze of Poseidon, the god of the sea, whose lust knew no bounds. In a moment of passion, he violated her sanctity, violating the very temple she devoted her life to. Athena, furious and betrayed, turned her wrath upon Medusa. Instead of punishing Poseidon, she punished the innocent woman. In a flash of divine cruelty, she transformed Medusa's lovely hair into writhing snakes, her beauty into a hideous visage. That single act of vengeance sealed Medusa's fate, casting her into a life of solitude and despair. As the years dragged on, the monstrous Medusa became a figure of dread, lurking in her desolate lair, a tragic embodiment of fear. Her gaze could turn men to stone, a brutal reminder of her suffering and rage. Young heroes sought her out, convinced they could prove their valor by slaying her, yet they hardly understood the depth of her tragedy. They came armed with swords and shields, driven by tales of glory, blind to the pain that birthed the very monster they sought to conquer. Among these heroes was Perseus, a name that would forever be etched in history. His quest was noble, or so it seemed. With the blessing of the gods, he set out to kill Medusa, wielding weapons forged by the divine. He was armed with a shield that mirrored her gaze, ensuring he would not succumb to her petrifying stare. As he approached her lair, the tension hung thick in the air, a palpable mix of fear and sorrow. Medusa, aware of her fate and the impending doom, felt a shiver of despair wash over her. This encounter would become legendary, but it was not just a battle between a hero and a monster. It was a confrontation filled with a deeper understanding, a clash of identities. Perseus, with each cautious step, began to see beyond the monstrous exterior. He witnessed the heartbreak etched in her eyes, the pain of betrayal that twisted her into what she had become. Medusa was not merely a monster. She was a symbol of the consequences of unchecked power and the injustice that often blinds the world. As Perseus raised his sword, he felt the weight of history pressing down upon him. He was not just striking at Medusa, he was striking at the embodiment of female rage, sorrow, and loss. With a swift movement, he severed her head, a gruesome act that echoed through the ages. But in that moment, the world changed. Medusa's severed head, still pulsating with life, became a powerful symbol, a protective charm, a warning against the wrongdoings of men. Her image would be used to ward off evil, her legacy shifting from fear to an emblem of strength and resilience. With her death, the transformation began. Medusa's story was rewritten. No longer just a monster feared by men, she now represented the plight of women wronged by those in power. Artists and poets took her image and spun it into a tale of tragedy and defiance. Her once dreaded visage adorned shields and walls, a reminder that power can corrupt and beauty can be twisted into something monstrous in the hands of the unjust. Throughout history, her tale would morph and evolve. The Renaissance saw her embraced as a figure of empowerment, a symbol of female strength rising from a narrative of victimhood. Women began to reclaim her story, using her as a figure of resistance against male oppression. From the brushstrokes of painters to the verses of poets, Medusa became a symbol not just of fear, but of survival, embodying the spirit of those who faced betrayal and emerged stronger. In the ancient ruins where she once roamed, whispers of her story echoed in the wind. The stone walls bore witness to the transformation. From a goddess's wrath to a symbol of resilience and empowerment, Medusa's legacy was a tapestry woven with threads of pain, anger, and ultimately strength. Even today, her story stirs emotions deep within the hearts of those who hear it. She evokes pity for the girl who was punished for the sins of a god, admiration for the survivor who fought against her fate, and recognition for the symbol she became. Medusa stands as a reminder that beauty can be both a gift and a curse, that the line between victim and monster is often blurred by the stories we tell. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the ruins in shadow, one could almost hear the whispers of the past. Medusa, now a powerful symbol, lingered in the hearts of those who understood the weight of her sorrow, the injustice of her punishment. The emotions ran deep: fear, anger, sadness, empowerment, a blend that made her story resonate through time, refusing to be forgotten. And as Medusa's tale continued to ripple through the ages, a new chapter awaited to unfold, ready to intertwine with the lives of those who dared to challenge the narratives of the past, to face their own monsters, and emerge transformed. The echoes of her transformation lived on, a haunting reminder that even in monstrous forms, there lies a story waiting to be told, a truth yearning to be felt, and an indomitable spirit that refuses to fade. On a moonless night, the air crackled with an electric tension. As whispers of long-forgotten stories rode the wind, shadows danced in the flickering light of a solitary torch, illuminating a cavern that held the weight of ancient memories, a place where legends seeped into the very stones, where the tale of Medusa and her sisters echoed like a haunting melody. These sisters, Steno and Euryale, were more than mere footnotes in the saga of their infamous sibling. They were the keepers of secrets, shadows in their own right, yearning to be seen and heard. Steno, the strongest of the three, had eyes that burned with a fierce intensity. She was a warrior, forged in the fires of battle, her heart a complex tapestry of fury and sorrow. What are we if not the architects of our own destiny? She would often challenge the darkness that surrounded them. Her voice, low and powerful, resonated in the depths of the cavern, summoning the echoes of ancient conflicts. The very air crackled with her frustration, a tempest barely contained. In Roman lore, she stood as a figure of strength, a woman who guarded her sister and herself against the judgments of the world outside. Euryale, the gentle one, bore the curse of beauty intertwined with despair. Her hair cascaded like dark waves, framing a face that could captivate even the most hardened of hearts. Yet behind her enchanting exterior lay a profound sadness. "Beauty is a gilded cage," she would murmur, her words laced with longing. The Romans, in their tales, often overlooked her depth, focusing instead on the monstrous form of her sister Medusa. Yet Euryale held a wisdom born of knowing the world's cruel judgments. She embodied the complexity of femininity, a juxtaposition of allure and anguish, pushing against the boundaries of a society that demanded conformity. As the night wore on, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in a dark mantle, his presence heavy with foreboding. He was a Roman general, a man who had heard tales of the Gorgon sisters and sought them out, hoping to harness their power. The torchlight flickered ominously as he stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger. "Legends speak of your might," he called out, his voice a blend of admiration and arrogance. "The might of Medusa is known, but it is the strength of her sisters that no one dares to confront. Surrender to me, and I will make you queens." Sthenos' response was immediate, a primal growl that rumbled from deep within her chest. "Queens, or prisoners in a gilded cage, we are no objects to be claimed." Her muscles coiled like a spring, ready to unleash a fury that the Roman had not anticipated. The tension in the air thickened, crackling like a storm, as she stepped forward, a warrior ready to defend her sister's honor and her own identity. The general faltered, caught off guard by the fire in her eyes. Euryale, sensing her sister's rage, placed a calming hand on Sthenos' arm. "Do not let him bait you," she whispered, her voice soft but laced with urgency. "Our strength lies not only in our might, but in our unity." Yet deep within her, fear simmered. Euryale remembered tales of those who had come seeking to defeat them, tales of blood and darkness. The thought sent shivers through her, and her heart raced in the dimly lit cave. Would they once again be forced to defend their existence? The general's eyes narrowed, realizing his strategy was crumbling. "You think you can resist me?" he spat, feigning confidence. "You are nothing but monsters, cursed and alone. Your sister has already turned to stone. It is only a matter of time before you too fall to my will." The words cut through the air like a blade, aiming to sever the bond between the sisters, to sow doubt where only solidarity had thrived. Sthenos' rage ignited. "You know nothing of our story. You see only what you wish to see." Her voice was a battle cry, a declaration of their existence that echoed against the cold stone walls. "We are bound not by fear but by love. We are not defined by others' perceptions. We are the ones who decide our fate." For a moment the air was still, heavy with the weight of her declaration. Euryale held her breath, her heart hammering in her chest. Could they indeed rewrite their narrative? Could they transform their story from one of curses and monsters to one of empowerment and sisterhood? Suddenly the torch flickered wildly, casting haunting shadows that danced along the cave walls. In that moment, a flicker of doubt crept into Euryale's heart. What if the tales were true? What if they were destined to be alone, forever shunned by the world? She fought against the rising tide of despair, focusing instead on the warmth of her sister beside her. Then, in a flash of instinct, Stheno lunged at the general, a fierce whirlwind of power and grace. The cave echoed with the clash of might, as the two figures became locked in a tumultuous struggle. The air crackled with energy, both magnetic and terrifying, a reflection of the sisters' unyielding bond. Euryale, torn between fear and loyalty, felt her heart ache for the moments of gentleness she wished to embrace. But even amid the chaos, she understood that they were not just fighters, they were survivors. As the battle raged on, the general's arrogance faded, replaced by a chilling realization. The sisters' strength was more than physical. It was rooted in a bond forged through shared suffering, love, and defiance. Euryale felt a surge of hope ignite within her. Perhaps this was the moment they could reclaim their narrative, reshape the world that had sought to confine them. In the turmoil of the fight, a strange light began to envelop them, illuminating the darkness of the cave in shades of gold and silver. Euryale's breath caught in her throat as she saw it, the shimmering possibility of their story shifting, changing course. It was as if the very fabric of fate was woven anew, inviting them to seize their destiny, not as cursed creatures, but as powerful women ready to rewrite their legacy. The general staggered back, confusion etched into his features, his bravado crumbling like ancient stone. "What magic is this?" he gasped, stumbling against the cold rock. The sisters stood united, their bond lighting the way forward, a promise of strength and resilience. They were not just Medusa's sisters. They were warriors in their own right, each embodying a power that could no longer be ignored. As the last echoes of the struggle faded into the night, the cavern pulsed with a new energy, a heartbeat of stories waiting to be told. Euryale and Stheno stood side by side, ready to step into the unknown, chasing the shimmering thread of destiny that lay just beyond their reach, intertwined with the mythos of their sisterhood. In the dim light of an ancient temple, shadows danced across the stone walls, whispering tales of creatures so fierce they left a haunting mark on history. The Gorgons, their names echo like thunder, Stheno, Euryale, and Medusa. They were once women, transformed into monsters. Their very existence challenged the patriarchal norms of Greek mythology, a reflection of society's deep-set fears about female power. The moment Medusa's gaze turned men to stone, a chilling irony settled over her story. No longer was she just a beautiful maiden cursed by Athena. She became a symbol of vengeance against a world that silenced her voice. How strange it is, the way society often rewrites narratives, shifting blame and glorifying the oppressor while demonizing the victim. The Gorgons, with their serpentine hair and petrifying stares, emerged not merely as monsters, but as warning signs, reminders of the ferocity that womanhood can embody when pushed to the brink. As the ages passed, the tale of the Gorgons morphed into something more. In the 20th century, feminists began reclaiming Medusa's narrative, flipping the script on her monstrous identity. No longer just a figure of fear, she became a poignant representation of rage and strength. What if, they pondered, her story was not just one of punishment, but of survival? The gaze that turned men to stone became a metaphor for women's empowerment, a shield against a world that often sought to diminish their worth. Scholars began to piece together how Medusa's transformation could reflect the experiences of women throughout history. Every mention of her in literature and art became a canvas for discussions about autonomy and power. Every image of her, whether depicted as a fearsome creature or a tragic figure, sparked conversations that transcended time. With each brushstroke or word pen, she grew more complex, illustrating the multifaceted nature of womanhood itself. In literature, authors wove tales that wrenched Medusa from the depths of despair and placed her on a pedestal of defiance. She became a metaphor for the struggles against a society that often relegates women to the sidelines. Writers like H.D. and Rilke found inspiration in her plight, painting her as a tragic figure who, despite her monstrous exterior, held deep reservoirs of pain and wisdom. The Gorgons' legacy morphed into a powerful lens through which women could express their shared frustrations and aspirations. Visual artists, too, felt Medusa's pull. Karen Finley, for example, infused her work with the essence of the Gorgons, challenging traditional narratives and pushing the boundaries of how femininity was portrayed. Medusa's image morphed from one of terror to an emblem of feminine power, defiance, and reclamation. In the face of historical oppression, she stood as a titan, a reminder that women could wield their pain as a source of strength rather than shame. In the world of cinema, the Gorgons continued to captivate. Films and stories brought forth new interpretations, each voice adding layers to Medusa's character. No longer just a monster lurking in the shadows, she became a symbol of resistance against the forces that sought to silence her. These portrayals ignited conversations about the way society views women, challenging stereotypes and pushing boundaries, allowing audiences to see not just a monster, but a woman with a narrative worth telling. The whispers of the Gorgons reached even further, stirring discussions in sociology and psychology. The Gorgons' legacy encouraged a re-evaluation of how society treats women. In classrooms across the globe, students began to examine the implications of Medusa's curse. What did it mean to be feared, to be misunderstood? Those questions resonated deeply, creating ripples of change that went beyond mythology and into the very fabric of modern feminist thought. Activists found themselves inspired by Medusa's plight, using her image to rally against injustice. The Gorgons became a rallying cry for those fighting against the systemic inequalities that plagued society. In public demonstrations, her eyes turned to stone became a call to arms for women refusing to be silenced, echoing their demands for respect and equality. The Gorgon story transformed into one of solidarity, where women stood shoulder to shoulder, embodying the fierce spirit of Medusa as they challenged the status quo. Yet, even as the Gorgons inspired waves of change, the shadows of fear still loomed. The duality of Medusa's existence haunted women who felt the weight of societal expectations. While she became a symbol of empowerment, the fear of being perceived as monstrous lingered. The ongoing narrative wrestled with the tension between embracing strength and facing societal backlash. Even in their reclamation of Medusa, women found themselves walking a tightrope, balancing between power and the fear of being cast out. In the corridors of feminist discourse, voices rose like a chorus. The Gorgons were not just figures of myth, they were part of a conversation about what it means to be a woman in a world that often demonizes strength. They inspired countless individuals to reflect on their own experiences, to confront the societal expectations that sought to define them. Each discussion echoed with the understanding that women's stories are filled with both complexity and power, much like the Gorgons themselves. As the story unfolded, one could feel the pulse of change, the heartbeat of a movement that refused to be silenced. The legacy of the Gorgons became not just a historical footnote, but a living, breathing entity urging women everywhere to reclaim their narratives. A sense of unity began to bloom among those who felt the indelible mark of Medusa's tale on their own lives. And so the Gorgons continued to inspire, their legacy an unyielding force, blending myth with reality, challenging perceptions, and igniting passion. The whispers of their stories, interwoven with the threads of feminism, created an unbreakable bond among women, generations apart, yet connected through shared struggles and triumphs. As the echoes of the past intertwined with the present, the Gorgons' legacy stood tall, inviting all to recognize the strength that lies in vulnerability, the power that breathes in defiance, and the beauty that can emerge from pain. The tale, like a serpent coiled and ready to strike, held the promise of renewal, beckoning the future to continue the dance ignited by those fierce women of legend. In the shadowy corners of ancient myths, where fear and fascination intertwine, the Gorgons lurked, their very names whispered in dread. Medusa, Stheno, and Euryale, these three sisters, born of the primordial sea, were not always the monstrous figures that haunted the dreams of heroes. Once, they were beautiful maidens basking in the sun's golden rays, until an unforgiving curse transformed them into hideous beings with snakes for hair and glares that turned the boldest of warriors into stone. This transformation was no mere happenstance. It marked the turn of fate, where beauty became a weapon and terror a shield. The world was rife with heroes, each one seeking glory and power, but the Gorgons stood as formidable gatekeepers. Their lairs, dark and twisted, were hidden from the prying eyes of mortals, obscured by the mists of time and the whispers of gods. To encounter a Gorgon was to confront one's deepest fears, a trial that would either break a hero or mold them into something greater. Every hero worth their salt knew the tale. To face a Gorgon was to dance with death, to feel the chilling breath of the abyss at their heels. Perseus, young and brimming with ambition, was one such hero. Born of earthly blood and divine dreams, he sought the head of Medusa, not for the glory alone, but to prove himself worthy in the eyes of the gods and the men who doubted him. From the moment he set foot on this treacherous path, the air crackled with tension. The whispers of the Gorgons echoed in his mind like the growl of a distant storm. What if he failed? What if the curse consumed him? The weight of uncertainty hung over him like a dark cloud. As Perseus approached the lair, the ground was littered with remnants of past encounters. Fragments of armor, shattered swords, and bones bleached by time. Each step felt like a warning, every rustle in the shadows a reminder of the lives lost to the Gorgon's wrath. It was not just a quest for a trophy, it was a test of his very soul. The stories told of warriors who turned to stone, their expressions frozen in a last moment of terror. Would he join their ranks? With each heartbeat, doubt gnawed at him. He remembered the tales of the Gorgons' eyes, their ability to see through the bravado of warriors, to peel back layers of courage until only fear remained. What is courage, he thought, if it can turn to stone in the face of true horror? He gripped his sword tighter, its hilt reassuring against his palm, yet it felt heavy with the weight of expectation. He was not just battling a monster, he was battling himself. Then, as he peered into the darkness, the air shifted. A hiss echoed, sharp and serpentine, sending shivers racing down his spine. There she was, Medusa, her gaze fierce and penetrating. The snakes that adorned her head writhed and hissed, each one a living embodiment of the chaos she represented. Perseus felt time slow, his breath caught in his throat. In that moment, he wasn't just a hero, he was a man confronted with the embodiment of fear itself. But there was something deeper swirling in her eyes, a flicker of anguish, a glimpse of the beauty that once was. It struck him like lightning. Medusa was not merely a monster, she was a victim of fate, twisted by jealousy and rage into a being of nightmares. Here lay the true essence of the Gorgons' role in a hero's tale. They served not just as obstacles, but as reflections of the dark corners within every human soul. They were reminders that every monster had a story, that every encounter with darkness was a chance for transformation. Perseus's heart raced as he raised his shield, polished to a mirror-like sheen. With each breath, he summoned every ounce of courage, turning his gaze away from the piercing eyes of the Gorgon. It was not just a battle of strength, it was a battle of wits. The shield reflected her gaze, and in that moment of confrontation, the lines between hero and monster blurred. He was not just fighting for glory, he was fighting for understanding. The air crackled with energy, and as he swung his sword, he felt the weight of history behind him. Legends of heroes past flashed through his mind. Theseus, Heracles, Odysseus, each had faced their own Gorgons, their own trials. They had all emerged changed, marked by their encounters. Perseus felt the power of their stories surge through him as he struck, the blade slicing through the air toward Medusa. In that instant, he realized that the Gorgons were not just foes. They were catalysts for change, shaping the very destinies of heroes. With a devastating blow, the head of Medusa fell. But instead of celebration, a deep sorrow washed over him. He had conquered the beast, yet he felt an ache in his heart, a pang of regret. The Gorgon was a guardian of her own fate, an embodiment of the darkness that lurks within every hero's journey. The victory was bittersweet, a moment of triumph laced with the understanding that to slay one's fears often means to embrace the complexity of life, the intertwining of light and darkness, beauty and horror. As he held Medusa's severed head, the realization struck him. This victory was just the beginning. The Gorgons were not merely obstacles to be overcome, they were lessons to be learned, guardians of wisdom hidden in the depths of despair. With every hero's tale, the Gorgons spun threads of fate that whispered truths about sacrifice, the frailty of humanity, and the eternal struggle between light and shadow. In the distance, the winds howled, carrying stories of what was to come. Perseus could feel the pulsating energy of the world around him, as if the very fabric of fate was shifting. He had faced the Gorgon, but the shadows of his own fears loomed larger than ever. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, and as he took his first steps towards his next challenge, he sensed the Gorgons would always be there, reminders of the darkness that threatened to engulf him, and yet also a beacon guiding him toward an understanding of himself. The cycle continued, the ancient dance of hero and monster weaving through time, echoing with the lessons of the past. Each hero who walked this road would find their own Gorgon, each encounter a reflection of their deepest fears, a call to rise from the ashes of despair. Perseus moved forward, his heart racing with the thrill of the unknown, ready to confront whatever lay ahead, knowing that the Gorgons were never truly vanquished. They were eternally woven into the fabric of every hero's journey, waiting to shape the stories of those brave enough to confront their own darkness. A piercing scream shatters the silence, echoing through the ancient stone corridors of a forgotten temple. Glowing eyes like molten gold glint in the shadows as a figure slithers forward. The air is thick with tension, and every heartbeat feels like a countdown to disaster. This is no ordinary encounter. This is the moment when humanity faces the unimaginable horror of the Gorgons, those mythical creatures born of sea monsters and cursed by the gods. The Gorgons, with their hair of writhing serpents and gaze that turns the bravest warrior to stone, have left an indelible mark on the canvas of human imagination. Perseus, the hero of old, fought against this fearsome trio, Stheno, Euryale, and the most famous of them all, Medusa. But long after the dust of ancient battles settled, the Gorgons have slithered into modern storytelling, captivating audiences with their blend of beauty and terror. In the world of film, the Gorgons have been portrayed with an intensity that leaves viewers breathless. From the iconic 1963 movie Jason and the Argonauts, where the creature's terrifying visage sends chills down the spine, to the more recent interpretations that infuse new life into the myth, these cinematic representations blend horror with a sense of tragic beauty. The Gorgons are not just monsters, they embody the fear of the unknown, the haunting question of what lies beneath the surface. Literature, too, has not shied away from the chilling allure of the Gorgons. In the pages of modern novels, these figures are often reimagined, complex characters who evoke sympathy as much as fear. Take, for instance, the retellings in young adult fiction, where Medusa emerges as a misunderstood outcast. These stories peel back the layers of her curse, revealing a woman who once held power and beauty, only to be twisted into a creature of nightmares. Readers are drawn in, their emotions dancing between horror and compassion, questioning the nature of monstrosity and victimhood. Graphic novels and comic books have further pushed the boundaries, illustrating the Gorgons with stunning artistry that captures both their ferocity and their tragic narratives. The sharp lines and vibrant colors transform fear into a visual symphony, inviting readers to confront their anxieties. In these pages, Gorgons become metaphors for isolation, rage, and the struggle for identity, resonating with anyone who has ever felt cast aside. Video games have also embraced the Gorgon myth, placing players in the shoes of heroes who must confront these legendary beasts. The thrill of battle, the adrenaline rush as players dodge serpentine lashes and deadly stares, pulls them into a visceral experience where the stakes are life and death. Yet, even in the realm of gaming, there lies a deeper message. Characters often grapple with the legends surrounding the Gorgons, questioning not only their own courage, but also the nature of what it means to be a hero. As the Gorgons weave through different forms of storytelling, their presence raises profound questions about power and gender. These creatures, often depicted as female, challenge traditional notions of femininity and strength. In a society that has long feared powerful women, the Gorgons serve as a haunting reminder of the consequences of such fear, an exploration of the ways in which society has demonized those who dare to defy norms. The echoes of ancient tales resound in various cultures around the world, where similar figures appear in folklore. The concept of a woman with a deadly gaze, capable of turning the strongest warriors to stone, can be traced across centuries and continents. The Gorgon myth resonates universally, tapping into primal fears and the shadowy corners of human psychology. The potency of the Gorgons lies not only in their monstrous nature, but also in their embodiment of human emotions, betrayal, sorrow, and the quest for vengeance. They are figures who remind us of the fragile line between beauty and horror, the allure of the forbidden and the price of power. As stories about them unfold in modern culture, audiences find themselves both entranced and terrified, unable to look away from the Gorgon's gaze. In the realm of fashion and art, the Gorgon has become an icon, a symbol of rebellion and strength. Designers have drawn inspiration from the myth, incorporating serpent motifs and fierce imagery into their creations. The Gorgon's image adorns everything from runway shows to tattoo art, challenging the perception of beauty and femininity with every display. Here the Gorgon transforms into a powerful emblem, one that defies societal expectations and embraces a more complex identity. The fascination with Gorgons transcends mediums, weaving through music and performance art as well. Composers have created haunting melodies that echo the tragic tales of these creatures, while performers embody their duality on stage, merging grace and menace in a captivating dance. Audiences are left spellbound, caught in the tension between the beauty of movement and the fear of what lurks beneath. As the myths continue to evolve, new adaptations spring forth, keeping the Gorgon legend alive and relevant. Each retelling adds layers to the story, offering fresh perspectives while honoring the ancient roots. They remind us that the Gorgon is not merely a monster, but a reflection of our darkest fears and deepest desires, forever etched into the fabric of human culture. The tension rises, and the air crackles with anticipation. As the Gorgons stare out from the pages, screens, and stages of modern culture, their legacy remains potent. The chilling tales are far from over. Just as the Gorgons have captivated hearts and minds across generations, their story continues to unfold, ready to ensnare the next unwitting audience in a web of beauty, horror, and the eternal struggle for understanding. A chill raced down the spine of anyone who dared to gaze upon the image of the Gorgon. The very mention of her name conjured images of serpents writhing in a tangle of chaos, eyes that could turn the bravest of hearts to stone, and a presence that demanded both reverence and fear. In a world where power was the currency of survival, the Gorgon became a symbol of ultimate strength, a talisman against the darkness lurking in every shadow. In ancient Greece, the Gorgon was not merely a creature of myth, but a profound embodiment of the complex interplay between protection and terror. Her visage adorned shields, pottery, and temples, an ever-watchful guardian that bore the weight of her formidable reputation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobbled streets, whispers of her name floated through the air, igniting the imaginations of the people. They spoke of her legendary sisters, Stheno and Euryale, each equally fearsome, but it was Medusa who stole the spotlight. A woman turned into a beast by jealousy and betrayal, her beauty eclipsed by her monstrous form. The image of Medusa's face, framed by a mass of serpents, was a paradox. It captivated and horrified, drawing one closer while simultaneously urging retreat. Her glance was said to carry the weight of 1,000 fates, a power that could imprison the soul in a moment. Those who crafted her likeness knew the power she held. Each stroke of the chisel echoed with the fear that legends instilled in the hearts of men. They believed that to gaze upon her was to invite doom, yet to wear her image was to gain protection, a shield against the malevolent forces that wandered the earth. In a time when the line between the supernatural and the mortal world blurred, the Gorgon became a protective emblem against misfortune. Families adorned their homes with her image, believing she could ward off the evil eye, a curse that could bring illness or death. Citizens of ancient Athens took comfort in her presence on the aegis, the shield of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare. The Gorgon's power was intertwined with the divine, a reminder that even amidst the chaos, there was a force that stood guard over them, fierce and unyielding. The flickering flames of candles illuminated her face in homes, casting shifting shadows that made her seem ever watchful, a guardian in the night. But with power came fear, a dark undercurrent that flowed through the tales spun around her. The Gorgon's story was one of loss and transformation, echoing the struggles of countless women throughout history. Once a beautiful maiden, Medusa was cursed, her beauty twisted into a weapon that turned love into hate. This narrative resonated with those who faced their own battles, those cast aside for their physical appearance or wronged by the intentions of others. The Gorgon became a symbol of resistance, embodying the rage of a woman scorned, and the haunting truth that beneath the monstrous exterior lay a soul filled with pain. In the flickering light of a humble gathering, a storyteller recounted the tale of Medusa to a rapt audience, the tension palpable. Children huddled close, eyes wide, while adults leaned in, each word igniting a mix of fear and fascination. As he spoke of heroes like Perseus, who dared to confront the beast, the room held its breath. The clashing of swords, the rustle of wings, every detail came alive, painting vivid images in their minds. But the storyteller understood that the heart of the Gorgon's tale was not just about bravery, it was about the sorrow that fueled the fire of her wrath. The lesson hung heavy in the air, a cautionary tale of the consequences of anger and betrayal. Outside, the moon cast an ethereal glow over the land, illuminating statues of the Gorgon that dotted the landscape. Each statue stood as a sentinel, a reminder of the dual nature of power. Some were weathered and cracked, while others gleamed brightly, testament to the reverence and fear she commanded through the ages. Travelers would pause to offer a silent prayer or a whispered wish for protection as they passed, the Gorgon's eyes forever gazing into the distance, eternally vigilant. Yet, not all who encountered the Gorgon sought her protection. For some, she was a trophy, a conquest to be claimed. The idea of her power attracted those who wished to harness it for their own gain. They believed they could master her fear, wield it like a weapon against rivals or foes. Men attempted to capture her image or her spirit, wanting to turn her strength into a means of domination. But the Gorgon was not one to be tamed. Her power lay in the very fear she inspired, a reminder that there are some forces in the world that cannot be controlled. As the sun rose on a new day, the air hung thick with the weight of ancient stories. Children played in the fields, pretending to be warriors confronting the Gorgon, their laughter ringing like bells, both innocent and haunting. Mothers warned them of the dangers that lurked beyond the hills, tales of the Gorgon woven into the fabric of their upbringing. The stories served as lessons, mingling the thread of protection with a healthy dose of fear, ensuring that the legacy of the Gorgon would remain alive. And so the Gorgon continued to exist in the minds and hearts of the people, a paradoxical figure of beauty and terror, power and vulnerability. Her image flickered through the ages, shifting with the times, yet steadfast in her essence. Those who gazed upon her would forever be touched by the duality she embodied, a reminder that power without compassion can lead to destruction, and that fear can sometimes guard the most precious truths. Just as the sun set once more, casting long shadows across the land, the Gorgon's legacy would endure, whispering her secrets to those willing to listen, a haunting melody that would echo through time, drawing in hearts and souls with an irresistible allure. On a stormy night, the winds howled like a pack of wild beasts, echoing the fury that lay buried deep within the hearts of three sisters. Each bolt of lightning illuminated the dark corners of their world, revealing figures that once enchanted and now terrified, a reminder of the wrath that comes when women are scorned. The Gorgon sisters, Medusa, Steno, and Euryale, were not mere monsters weaving through the tapestry of Greek mythology. They were embodiments of female rage, fierce protectors of their own pain and fury in a world that often silenced them. Born of beauty, they were once celebrated for their allure, but cruel fate twisted their lives into a tale of sorrow. Medusa, the fairest among them, caught the eye of Poseidon, the mighty god of the sea. A single encounter, meant to exalt, turned into a nightmare when Athena punished her for this transgression, transforming her lovely hair into a writhing mass of serpents. In that moment, beauty morphed into horror, and Medusa's gentle heart hardened into a vessel of vengeance. The whispers of betrayal echoed in her mind, the sting of injustice igniting a fire that would never extinguish. As the sisters watched their world change into a battleground of jealousy and betrayal, Steno, the strongest of the three, felt a stirring deep within her. She, who once reveled in the joy of sisterhood, now stood on the precipice of wrath. Her voice, once melodic, turned into a battle cry, reverberating through the halls of Olympus. The air thickened with tension as she vowed never again to let others dictate their fates. The Gorgons were not mere victims. They were warriors, forged in the fire of their pain, transformed by the very rage that society often tried to suppress. Euryale, the least recognized among them, bore the burden of silent suffering. In her solitude, she crafted a different kind of strength. While her sisters exuded their power outwardly, Euryale harnessed her pain, allowing it to simmer just below the surface. Her rage was not loud. It was a quiet storm, brewing with each glance of pity or scorn. The world underestimated her, but in those moments of invisibility, she became a keen observer of the world around her. Every sneer, every contemptuous laugh only fueled her resolve to rise and reclaim her narrative. The sisters, bonded by blood and fury, were a force to be reckoned with. Their once luminous beauty had become a curse, but they learned to wield their monstrous forms as shields against a cruel society. They roamed the earth not as predators, but as protectors of those who had suffered as they had. Their reputation grew, tales of their deadly gaze spreading like wildfire. To look upon a Gorgon was to be turned to stone, frozen in time, unable to escape the consequences of one's actions. What a powerful metaphor for the rage that lay dormant in so many women, waiting for the right moment to strike back. Yet, with power came isolation. The Gorgon sisters became increasingly alienated. Women who once celebrated their beauty now fled in terror, and men who adored them now trembled at their approach. The sisters became the embodiment of fear, a cautionary tale told in hushed whispers. While they sought justice, the world labeled them monsters, turning their rage into a spectacle for those too afraid to confront their own demons. When Medusa caught the eye of a wandering hero, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Perhaps love could conquer the darkness. But soon reality crashed down as the hero's heart proved untrue, driven by glory rather than genuine affection. Betrayal cut deeper than any blade. Her heart turned to stone once more, and Medusa's rage surged anew. In their lair, the sisters huddled together, the air heavy with tension and unspoken words. Sthenos' fists clenched, her mind racing. They were not just sisters. They were warriors fighting against an unjust world. Each sister bore the scars of their past, etched deep into their souls. But while one would lash out with fury, another would weep in silence, and yet another would plot their revenge. In their anguish, they found unity, a bubbling cauldron of emotions ready to boil over. The Gorgons began to understand that their rage was not just a weapon, it was a catalyst for change. They were the vengeful spirits of every woman who had ever been wronged, every girl who had ever felt the weight of expectations bearing down on her. With every man turned to stone, they reclaimed their power, sending a message that echoed through the ages. No longer would they tolerate the injustices of a world that sought to diminish them. Medusa's serpents hissed like a choir of harbingers, each one a testament to her pain and fury. Sthenos' roar pierced the night like thunder, a battle cry that shook the very foundations of Olympus. Euryale, with her quiet but fierce presence, would weave tales of their sisterhood to inspire others, to spark a flame of rebellion in the hearts of those who felt voiceless. Their rage transformed, not merely a reaction to hurt, but a call to arms, a rallying cry for change. As the sisters felt the swell of their collective rage, visions of a world where women were free from fear and persecution danced before their eyes. They envisioned a place where their stories would not be twisted into horror, but celebrated as symbols of strength. The winds outside howled louder, almost in agreement, as if the universe itself conspired to grant them the power they so desperately sought. And so, with a renewed sense of purpose, they stepped out into the storm, ready to unleash their fury upon an unsuspecting world. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the skies cracked with the ferocity of their resolve. The Gorgon sisters marched forward, leaving behind the shadows of their past and stepping into a new chapter, one where rage and power intertwined like the serpents that crowned Medusa's head. The night was alive with possibility, and their story was only just beginning. In a time long past, when the sun kissed the earth with golden rays and shadows danced among the trees, there existed a quiet, haunting beauty within the sacred spaces of the world. These were the places where whispers of the ancients lingered, where prayers mingled with the fragrance of wildflowers, and where the boundaries between the mortal and the divine seemed to blur. It was in these hallowed grounds that the Gorgons, fierce and fearsome, stood as watchful sentinels, their existence both a warning and a protection. The Gorgons were not merely monsters of legend, they were formidable guardians, tasked with defending the sacred sanctuaries that had been entrusted to them. With serpents twisting in their hair and eyes that could turn the bravest of hearts to stone, their fearsome appearance was a necessary deterrent to those who sought to desecrate the sacred. Yet, beneath their terrifying exterior lay a deep-rooted purpose. In the eyes of the ancients, the Gorgons embodied a blend of protection and punishment, a balance as delicate as the thread of life itself. Amidst the ruins of a once great temple, the air was thick with anticipation. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an amber glow that danced across the marbled stones. It was here, At the Temple of Athena, where the Gorgon Medusa once stood sentinel, her gaze fierce yet sorrowful. The temple was a place of worship, a sanctuary for the devoted, but it had not always known peace. Shadows of greed and ambition had crept in, threatening to strip it of its sanctity. The Gorgons, fierce and unyielding, were called forth to protect its treasures. As night descended, an air of mystique enveloped the temple. The moonlight spilled through the cracks in the stone, illuminating the carvings of gods and heroes, of love and loss. Within that sacred space, tales of old whispered through the wind, tales that spoke of the Gorgons as both monsters and guardians. When trespassers approached, their hearts raced, for they knew the stories well. They had heard of Medusa's stone-cold gaze that could freeze a man in place, a fate worse than death for any soul with treacherous intentions. In a moment fraught with tension, a figure emerged from the shadows, a thief cloaked in darkness, his eyes glinting with greed. He crept towards the temple, unaware of the ancient power that lay in wait. The stones seemed to breathe, each crack and crevice alive with the energy of the past. As he reached for the sacred artifacts, the air crackled with electricity, a warning that echoed through the ages. The Gorgons stirred, their serpentine hair hissing softly, their eyes narrowing as they sensed the disturbance. Time slowed as the thief's fingers brushed against the altar, a shiver running through him as the ground trembled beneath his feet. Suddenly the air became thick and heavy, and a figure materialized from the shadows, Medusa herself. Her presence was both terrifying and magnificent. The moonlight caught the scales of her serpents, casting eerie reflections across the temple walls. The thief froze, caught in the mesmerizing gaze of the guardian, his heart pounding in his chest like a war drum. Medusa was not merely a creature of legend. She was a fierce protector of the sacred. Her eyes, glowing with an ancient wisdom, held the weight of countless prayers and the burden of grief. They told stories of battles fought, of lives lost, and of the sacrifices made to keep the sanctuaries safe. For every soul turned to stone, a lesson was carved into the fabric of time, a reminder that disrespecting the sacred had dire consequences. As the night deepened, the temple pulsed with life. The ancient stones, steeped in history, vibrated with the echoes of past ceremonies, of offerings made in faith. The Gorgons were the embodiment of these sacred spaces, their very existence intertwined with the rituals and reverence of the people. They stood not just as protectors, but as a bridge between mortal desires and the divine, shadows of fear that guided humanity towards respect. The thief, paralyzed by fear, realized in that moment the gravity of his trespass. Medusa's gaze, piercing and profound, revealed not just the punishment for his greed, but also the weight of the stories that surrounded the temple. It was a space of hope, of love, of dreams woven into the fabric of the universe. The air crackled with the energy of the ancients, and the thief felt the weight of their expectations pressing down upon him. As his resolve crumbled, he stumbled back, the power of the guardian too great for his fragile heart. The temple, alive with the pulse of history, seemed to breathe with him, urging him to understand the sanctity that had been woven into every stone. Each carving seemed to whisper a warning, echoing the voices of those who had come before him, those who had loved, prayed, and sacrificed to protect what was sacred. But the Gorgons were not mindless guardians. They too felt the sorrow of the trespassers. Medusa's heart, heavy with the pain of her own cursed existence, longed for understanding, for redemption. She held the power to transform, but also the capacity to forgive. In that fleeting moment of connection, as the thief's eyes met hers, an unspoken bond formed, a realization that fear was not the only weapon in the arsenal of the Gorgons. In a swift motion, Medusa turned her gaze, allowing the thief to escape the fate he had so narrowly avoided. It was a choice born of empathy, a recognition that even the darkest hearts could yearn for light. The temple echoed with a sigh, a sound that resonated through the ages, reminding all who entered of the delicate balance between fear and love, destruction and protection. As dawn broke, the first rays of light touched the temple, illuminating the stones that had witnessed countless stories. The Gorgons, still vigilant, continued their watch, silent guardians of a world where the sacred was cherished and protected. They were more than just monsters. They were a testament to the enduring power of the sacred spaces that shaped humanity's journey. their presence a reminder that even in darkness, hope flickers like a candle waiting to be embraced. On a stormy night, thunder rumbled like a beast awakening from slumber, and the winds howled as if they carried a warning. Underneath the ancient olive trees of Greece, three sisters stood, their destinies intertwined with threads of envy and betrayal. The moon peeked through the clouds, casting a silvery light on their faces, illuminating the raw emotions that brewed within them. Medusa, the eldest, was gifted with beauty that could enchant a god. Her golden hair cascaded like sunlit waves, and her skin glowed with an unearthly light. But beneath her stunning exterior lay a heart burdened with jealousy, a jealousy that festered and grew as her sisters, Steno and Euryale, felt the weight of their own shadows. The sisters had always been close, each a reflection of the other. Yet, as the years passed, their bond began to fray, pulled apart by the sharp claws of jealousy and betrayal. Steno, fierce and impulsive, had always admired Medusa from a distance, but resentment grew like a vine twisting around her heart. While Medusa captivated the hearts of men, Steno felt invisible, a mere whisper in the presence of her sister's radiance. Euryale, softer and more contemplative, watched as the other two danced around their emotions, knowing all too well the darkness that lingered just beneath the surface. Her heart ached, not only for her own pain, but for the rift that grew between the sisters. One fateful evening, the sisters ventured into the temple of Athena, a place where dreams and despair intertwined. It was said that the goddess could grant unimaginable power, but only if one were willing to pay the price. As they stood before the statue of Athena, cloaked in marble elegance, a flicker of hope ignited in Medusa's heart. She dreamed of power, of unyielding beauty, and of becoming a goddess in her own right, while her sisters watched in silence, the weight of their jealousy pulling them down. In a moment of reckless ambition, Medusa whispered her wishes into the air, hoping the goddess would listen. The wind seemed to carry her voice into the ether, where unseen forces began to swirl. But with each word, Steno felt a crack open in her heart, a chasm that threatened to swallow her whole. Her jealousy transformed into rage, a raw, potent emotion that ignited within her. She could no longer stand in Medusa's shadow. Euryale felt the tremors of discord beneath the surface, sensing the dark tides rising between her sisters. As time passed, the sisters' relationships began to shatter like fragile glass. Steno, consumed by envy, whispered tales of Medusa's vanity to their mother, a naiad known for her wisdom but prone to anger. "She seeks to rise above us, to become more than just a sister," Steno hissed, her voice dripping with venom. "She believes she can outshine us all." Euryale watched in horror, torn between loyalty to her sisters and the desire for peace. She saw Medusa's heart slowly hardening, a transformation taking place deep within. The night of betrayal arrived, and a tempest raged outside, matching the turmoil within the sisters' hearts. Steno, unable to contain her bitterness, confronted Medusa in their shared chamber. "You think you can have it all, don't you?" she spat, her voice a sharp blade cutting through the silence. "You think beauty will save you? You are nothing but a curse to us." Medusa recoiled, the sting of Steno's words piercing through her armor of confidence. Euryale, caught in the middle, felt the air thicken with tension, like a storm holding its breath. With a cry that echoed through the night, Medusa unleashed her pain. "You do not understand. I have fought so long to be seen." Her voice trembled, and for a moment, the sisters stood together, united by their shared suffering. But the moment passed, and Steno's eyes hardened, her jealousy morphing into something darker, more sinister. She turned to Euryale, her words laced with manipulation. "You know she will betray us both. She is not our sister, but a monster in disguise." Euryale's heart sank, torn between her loyalty to Medusa and the pull of Steno's words. The air buzzed with unspoken thoughts, a tension so thick it felt like a wall pressing down on them. With each passing second, the sisters stood at the precipice of a choice that would change their lives forever. Then the unthinkable happened. Medusa, her heart racing, invoked the name of the goddess Athena one last time. "I do not want this life," she cried out, desperation lacing her voice. "I will embrace my true self." The winds howled in response, and the shadows around them seemed to churn with life. Stheno and Euryale watched in horror as Medusa's beauty began to twist and contort, a transformation fueled by her desperation, her emotions spilling over like an overflowing chalice. As her golden locks transformed into serpents, the sisters took a step back, fear washing over them. Medusa's eyes glowed with a fierce light, a warning and an invitation. The betrayal cut deeper than any blade, and Stheno felt her heart pound in her chest, torn between fear and an unshakable bond of sisterhood. Euryale, caught in the crossfire of their shared history, felt a tear slip down her cheek, mourning what once was. The storm outside raged on, but within the temple time stood still. Medusa, now both terrifying and magnificent, held the power of the abyss. The darkness that had once threatened to consume her now radiated from her, a fierce and haunting beauty. "You wanted my power?" she whispered, venom laced with sorrow. "Then embrace it, for I have become what you feared most." In that moment, Stheno and Euryale realized the depth of their own choices. Betrayal had transformed their love into something unrecognizable, and as the sisters stood on the brink of this new reality, they felt the weight of their past decisions pressing down on them like a heavy cloak. Would they cling to the remnants of their bond, or be consumed by the jealousy that had driven them apart? The air crackled with anticipation, and the night stretched on, a tapestry of emotions woven from jealousy, betrayal, and the longing for connection. As Medusa stood transformed, a goddess of her own making, the sisters faced a haunting truth. Their choices would echo through eternity, shaping not only their lives, but the very essence of their shared fate. The storm outside was nothing compared to the tempest inside them, ready to unleash the full force of their emotions in a world that seemed to teeter on the edge of darkness. The air crackled with an unsettling silence, a stillness that hung like a heavy fog over the ancient cliffs of the Aegean. The sun, a distant orb of molten gold, barely penetrated the thickening shadows as two figures stood alone, their hearts throbbing with a mix of dread and sorrow. Stheno and Euryale, the remaining Gorgon sisters, had just lost the most vital part of their existence, their beloved sibling, Medusa. In the aftermath of Medusa's death, a chilling emptiness gripped the two sisters. They had been born into a world of darkness and power, fierce protectors of their sister, and cursed by the gods. Losing Medusa was akin to losing their very essence. Stheno's eyes, once fierce and blazing with rage, now reflected a profound sorrow, tears threatening to spill over, as she recalled the laughter they once shared. Euryale, her heart heavy like a stone, felt the cold reach of despair wrap around her like a noose, squeezing tighter with every breath. As they stood there, the wind whispered ghostly tales of betrayal and loss, swirling around them like the echoes of a haunting melody. Memories of their sister flashed before their eyes. Medusa, with her wild hair of serpents, dancing in the moonlight, her laughter ringing like chimes in the night. The joy and warmth they had shared now felt like shards of glass lodged in their hearts. Stheno's rage began to simmer beneath the surface, a molten fury that threatened to erupt. The thought of Perseus and his cruel triumph ignited a fire in her veins. "He will pay for this," she muttered through clenched teeth, her fists trembling at her sides. She could almost feel the weight of her sister's blood on her hands, the very essence of Medusa staining her soul. How could the world turn so cruel? How could fate be so unjust? Euryale, however, felt a different kind of pain gnawing at her insides. The loss was more than just the absence of Medusa. It was the shattering of their bond, the severing of the ties that held them together as sisters and as beings of power. With each passing moment, Euryale grappled with the weight of survival, the obligation to carry on in a world that had turned its back on them. "Stheno," she whispered, her voice trembling, "what do we do now?" As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that danced across the rocky ground, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Stheno's face. The sisters were not just grieving, they were also faced with a grim reality. Without Medusa, their protector, they were vulnerable, exposed to the very world that had once feared them. The other gods would not hesitate to seek their demise, to finish what they had started with Medusa. The thought of being hunted, of living in constant fear, sent a shiver down Euryale's spine. "Together," Stheno finally said, her voice steadying, "we must become stronger. We will not let her death be in vain." But even as she spoke, doubt crept into her heart. What strength could they summon that could rival the power of the gods? They were outcasts, cursed to walk the earth as shadows of their former selves. As night fell, wrapping the land in its dark embrace, the sisters found themselves drawn to the edge of the cliff, overlooking the tumultuous sea below. Waves crashed against the rocks, mimicking the turmoil within them. The ocean roared like a wild beast, relentless and unforgiving, much like their grief. "Look at it," Euryale said, her voice breaking. "The same sea that took her away from us will wash away her memory." "No," Stheno snapped, a fierce glint in her eyes. "We must make them remember." In that instant, a plan began to take shape. They would not be forgotten. They would become the terror that Medusa had been, only now fueled by an insatiable hunger for vengeance. The thought sent a thrill through Stheno. Blood would be spilled, and the world would tremble before them once again. But even as they plotted their revenge, a deeper dilemma gnawed at them. The gnawing fear that they too might fall into the abyss of despair. Medusa had always been the heart of their trio, the light that guided them through darkness. Would they be able to wield the same power without her? Would they become mere shadows of the Gorgons they once were? Under the star-studded sky, the sisters shared a solemn vow, a promise forged in the fires of grief and rage. They would hunt down Perseus, the slayer of their sister, and they would make him pay. Their hearts raced with the thrill of the chase, a dangerous game of cat and mouse that would awaken the monster within them. The night was alive with their whispered plans, the air thick with tension and anticipation. But lurking in the distance, unseen and unheard, was a darker force. The gods were not blind to the unfolding events. They watched with keen interest as the sisters wrestled with their grief. The Furies, those vengeful spirits of retribution, had taken notice. They sensed the brewing storm and were eager to stir it further. The winds howled ominously, carrying with them whispers of fate, warning of the tumult that lay ahead. In the depths of their sorrow, a new bond began to form between Stheno and Euryale, a bond forged not just in love, but in fury and vengeance. Each sister felt the other's heart beating in time with her own, a rhythm that echoed the unbreakable tie of blood and sorrow. They were no longer just mourning the loss of Medusa, they were awakening to a new reality. A world where power was the only solace. As dawn broke, painting the horizon in shades of crimson and gold, the sisters stood united, ready to face whatever horrors the world had in store for them. They were Gorgons, and they would not be caged. The haunting cries of their sister resonated within them, a call to arms that would echo through the ages. They would rise from the ashes of their grief, transformed and resolute, seeking vengeance for the sister they had lost, and in doing so, they would unleash a fury that even the gods would not dare to challenge. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a crimson hue across the sky, a chilling wind whispered through the ancient ruins of Thebes. Shadows danced ominously, and the air thickened with a sense of foreboding. There, amidst the crumbling stone and echoes of the past, two figures emerged, their presence both magnificent and terrifying. Stheno and Euryale, sisters bound by blood and curse, stood as fierce guardians of a world far removed from the mortal realm, a world where nightmares roamed free. Stheno, the eldest, towered over all with her formidable form, her hair twisted into serpents, each one hissing softly, a chorus of warning for any foolhardy souls who dared approach. Her gaze could freeze even the boldest hearts, the green of her eyes shimmering with an otherworldly intensity, hinting at the untold power she harbored within. Beside her, Euryale possessed a haunting beauty that belied the terror she inspired. Her voice, though soft, resonated with the echo of death, and her laughter sent tremors through the very ground beneath them. Once they were beautiful maidens, admired by gods and men alike. But fate played a cruel trick. Cursed by the goddess Athena, they became monstrous, transformed into guardians of the underworld, protectors of its secrets and treasures. Their existence now intertwined with the realm of shadows, they were forever tasked with keeping the balance between life and death. A rustle in the bushes drew their attention. A young warrior, bravely or foolishly intruding upon their territory, stepped forward. The confidence in his stride was palpable, yet he could not mask the tremor in his voice as he called out to the sisters, "I seek the truth of the underworld. Grant me passage." His words hung in the air, thick with desperation and ambition. Stheno shifted, her serpentine hair writhing with agitation, while Euryale remained still, her eyes narrowing into slits. "Truth?" she hissed, a smirk curling her lips. "What truth do you seek, brave one? The truth of death, or the truth of despair?" The warrior faltered, the weight of her words crashing over him like a tidal wave. He had come seeking glory, yet now he faced the embodiment of his fears. The sisters exchanged a knowing glance, memories of their own journeys flashing across their minds. They had witnessed countless souls venture forth, their hearts filled with dreams of conquest, only to be consumed by the darkness they sought to conquer. The underworld was a realm of regret, woven into the very fabric of existence, a tapestry that would ensnare even the most valiant hearts. Stheno took a step closer, her formidable shadow enveloping the young warrior. "You wish to pass through our domain. You wish to uncover the hidden truths of the dead. Know this: the underworld does not grant mercy. It offers only revelations that can shatter even the strongest of wills. Are you prepared to face the darkness within yourself?" The warrior hesitated, a flicker of doubt sparking in his eyes, but ambition clawed at him, urging him to push past the fear. "I have faced monsters before. I will not falter now." A sinister smile crept across Euryale's face. "Monsters? You have yet to encounter true horror. The underworld is home to the souls of the damned, creatures born of despair, and memories that claw at the edges of your mind. Will you face that? Will you confront the shadows of those you loved and lost?" Her voice dripped with a darkness that wrapped around him like a noose, tightening with each word. "Every soul has a story," Stheno added, "and every story is steeped in loss. Are you prepared to bear the weight of those burdens?" The warrior's heart raced, caught between the allure of knowledge and the chill of dread that crept down his spine. As he stood before them, the sisters transformed before his eyes, no longer mere guardians, but reflections of his own fears. Stheno became a mirror of the lost loves he had grieved, faces flashing through his mind, moments that had haunted him. Euryale morphed into reminders of his failures, the moments when he could have saved those who mattered most, yet stood by as they slipped away. Each revelation hit him like a dagger, tearing through his bravado. Suddenly, the ground trembled as shadows twisted and writhed at the sisters' command, swirling in a chaotic dance that threatened to engulf the warrior. He felt the pull of the underworld, a dark abyss that beckoned him closer, whispering sweet promises of power and vengeance. "You can have it all," the voices echoed, a chorus of temptations that clawed at his resolve. But even as he grappled with his desires, the sisters' laughter rang out, a sound both beautiful and horrifying. "Foolish one, you think you can conquer these depths? You will become a part of it, lost, wandering, forever tied to the sorrow you seek to escape." Their words slithered through the air, wrapping around him like chains. And then, in an instant, the atmosphere shifted. The warrior, feeling the intensity of the moment surge within him, found a flicker of strength. "I will not be afraid," he shouted, his voice rising defiantly above the looming shadows. "I will face whatever lies beyond." Stheno and Euryale exchanged glances, intrigued by this spark of determination. They had seen many who dared to challenge the darkness, yet few had the courage to confront the truth of themselves. But courage alone was not enough. They both knew he was on the brink, teetering on the edge of a precipice. "Very well," Stheno said, her tone suddenly serious. "But understand this: the truth will not be kind. It will strip you bare, exposing your soul to the chill of despair. Are you ready for what you may find?" The warrior inhaled sharply, the weight of his choice palpable in the air. With a nod, he took a step forward, crossing the threshold that separated him from the underworld, a realm that promised enlightenment, but at a price he could not yet fathom. The sisters watched, their expressions unreadable, as he vanished into the swirling darkness, forever caught between fear and courage, longing and loss. And so the winds howled around the ancient ruins, carrying with them the echoes of the past and the whispers of souls long forgotten. Stheno and Euryale stood sentinel, their duty far from over, as the shadows of the underworld continued to writhe and pulse, a living, breathing entity that beckoned to the brave and the foolish alike. In a world where shadows twisted and history whispered dark secrets, the Gorgons roamed, a trio of sisters whose very existence blurred the lines between beauty and terror. Their names echoed through the ages: Steno, Euryale, and Medusa, each of them lost to the world in their own way, trapped in a fate that turned them into living nightmares. The air crackled with a tension that was palpable, as the mere mention of their names sent shivers down spines. Medusa, the most famous of the three, was not always a monster. Once she was a breathtaking maiden, her hair cascading like golden silk. She captured the hearts of many, but her beauty drew the envy of the gods. In a cruel twist of fate, she was cursed by Athena, transformed into a creature whose gaze could turn the strongest warrior to stone. The tragedy of Medusa was a reflection of her sisters' fates as well. They too suffered, becoming symbols of monstrosity while wrestling with their own grief. The sisters lived in a desolate cave, far from the world that had once adored them. It was a dark sanctuary filled with the echoes of their past lives. The walls were lined with the remnants of those who had crossed their path, brave fools who thought they could conquer the Gorgons. Each stone figure was a testament to their power, a chilling reminder of what it meant to challenge fate. Medusa, haunted by the faces of those she had turned to stone, felt the weight of their lost lives pressing down on her. She was not just a monster, she was a victim of circumstances beyond her control. As the tale unfolded, the Gorgons became more than just figures of fear. They embodied the very concept of monstrosity itself. They challenged the notion of what it meant to be a monster. Was it their twisted forms, or the pain that shaped their existence? Was it the monstrous transformation that defined them, or was it the heartache that lingered in their souls? The Gorgons were a reflection of humanity's darkest fears, a combination of beauty and horror that left one breathless. In the quiet moments of their cave, the sisters would reminisce about their past, the laughter that once echoed through the halls of Olympus. They spoke of the days before the curse, when the sun warmed their skin, and love seemed a possibility. But with each memory came the sharp pang of reality, the reminder that those days were forever lost. Anguish twisted their hearts, creating a monstrous bond between them, one forged through shared suffering. The air in the cave thickened with emotion, and the Gorgons found solace in each other's company. In their sorrow, they created a world of dreams, imagining lives they would never lead. They became the embodiment of the monsters that society constructed, shunned, feared, and ultimately misunderstood. Their existence challenged the very fabric of what humanity deemed acceptable. Were they truly the monsters? Or was it the world that had cast them aside? Outside their cave, heroes prepared to take on the Gorgons, spurred by tales of glory and riches. They sharpened their swords, their hearts racing with a mixture of excitement and dread. Among them was Perseus, a young man driven by fate and revenge. Armed with gifts from the gods, a reflective shield, winged sandals, and a sword forged from the depths of the earth, he set out on a quest to slay the monster that had become a legend. He thought of glory, the admiration of his people, and the fame that would follow his victory. But little did he know, the true monster was not the beast he sought, but the fear and hatred that fueled his quest. As Perseus approached the cave, a chill crept down his spine. The darkness loomed, and he could hear faint whispers, echoes of the sisters' sorrow mingling with the wind. With each step, he felt the weight of the world's expectations pressing down upon him. The stories he had heard painted the Gorgons as mere beasts, but the emotions that hung in the air told a different tale. Fear gripped him, but he pressed on, motivated by the promise of victory. Inside the cave, Medusa sensed his presence. Her heart raced, not from fear of the hero, but from an unexpected longing, a desire to be seen, to be heard, rather than reduced to a monster. She had only known pain and rejection, and the thought of facing another would-be conqueror filled her with a mix of dread and hope. The flickers of a past life danced in her mind, and for a moment she wished to reach out, to show him the truth of her being, but there was no escape from her curse. The moment their eyes met, a tidal wave of emotions surged between them. Perseus, standing before the embodiment of monstrosity, was struck not by fear, but by an overwhelming sense of pity and sorrow. He saw the pain etched into her features, the sadness behind her once beautiful eyes. For a brief instant, the hero hesitated, his heart wrestling with the weight of his mission. In that charged moment, a question lingered, a question that has echoed throughout history. What makes a monster? Is it their appearance, their past, or the pain they carry? Medusa's sorrowful eyes held stories untold, and in that flicker of understanding, the lines between hero and monster began to blur. The fate of the Gorgons was intertwined with the fate of humanity, a complex web of emotion and experience that painted a more profound picture than any tale of glory ever could. As the tension mounted, the cave felt alive, vibrating with the energy of their shared existence. The air became thick with unspoken words, a poignant reminder that monstrosity is not merely defined by scales or fangs, but by the depths of one's heart and the shadows of one's past. Medusa's breath hitched, and Perseus raised his sword, poised to strike. But the true battle was not with steel, it was with the understanding that lingered in the darkness, waiting to be fully realized. In a world where whispers of legends linger like shadows, Medusa stands as a figure racked with layers of beauty and tragedy. Her gaze, a potent mix of allure and horror, has captivated countless artists and writers throughout the ages. Every brushstroke, every word spilled upon a page, seeks to capture the essence of her story, a tale that twists with the threads of fate and misfortune. She was once a priestess of Athena, admired for her stunning beauty, until jealousy turned her life into a nightmare. The temple, once a sanctuary, became a prison of despair. As the curse transformed her hair into serpents, Medusa became an icon of fear, yet also of profound sorrow. Artists from different eras have approached her myth from myriad angles, each revealing a new layer of understanding. Take, for instance, the brush of Caravaggio in the early 1600s, who painted her with a raw intensity that seized the viewer's heart. The stark contrast of light and darkness in Medusa reveals not just the horror of her transformation, but the sadness of a woman stripped of her humanity. The serpents writhe with tension, but her expression, filled with a mixture of rage and despair, invites empathy. It's as if, in that moment, frozen in time, the viewer feels the weight of her curse, the burden of isolation. The painting screams, yet it whispers a truth. Medusa, though monstrous, is a victim of her own fate. Fast forward to the 20th century, where poets like H.D. and Anne Carson reinvigorate Medusa's story, weaving it into a tapestry of feminist exploration. H.D.'s poem Eurydice reflects on the suffocating limitations of womanhood, drawing parallels with Medusa's own captivity. Carson's Medusa challenges the reader to confront the duality of femininity, strength bound in vulnerability. The words flow like silk, sharp yet smooth, evoking not only fear but a deep-seated compassion for Medusa's plight. It becomes a reflection on the societal chains that ensnare women, echoing the ancient story in modern settings. Then comes the pulse of contemporary art. In the 21st century, artists like Francesca Woodman and Sarah C. tackle Medusa's figure, bringing her into the realm of modern trauma and identity. Woodman's ghostly photographs resonate with themes of absence and presence, much like Medusa's existence, haunting yet painfully real. C's installations, filled with intricate detail and chaos, mirror the internal turmoil within Medusa's heart. Each artist, through their unique lens, creates a dialogue about femininity, power, and vulnerability, revealing how Medusa's myth remains relevant in today's world. As the narrative twists and turns, the myth of Medusa seeps into literature, echoing in works by writers like Rick Riordan, whose retellings in the Percy Jackson series reframe her as not just a monster, but a tragic figure deserving of sympathy. Riordan's Medusa invites young readers to see beyond the scales and fangs, presenting her as a guardian of her own story, wrestling with the unfairness of her fate. Through the eyes of the characters in his books, the audience begins to see Medusa as a protector, not just a predator, shifting the lens through which her myth is viewed. The echoes of Medusa's story reach beyond the confines of art and literature. In theater, playwrights like Ellen McLaughlin and Marina Carr breathe new life into her narrative, transforming her into a voice for the silenced. McLaughlin's adaptation allows Medusa to express her anguish, turning her into a symbol of the struggles faced by many women throughout history. Carr's reimagining serves as a reminder that even in the depths of despair, there lies a flicker of strength. The stage becomes a canvas, where Medusa's tale is painted anew with every performance, revealing the timeless relevance of her experience. Within the realms of modern media, Medusa's image continues to evolve. Visual artists and filmmakers often depict her through multiple lenses, sometimes as a monster, sometimes as a misunderstood hero. The dynamic range of interpretations illustrates the complexity of her character, inviting viewers to grapple with their own perceptions of beauty and monstrosity. With each reinterpretation, Medusa's presence grows stronger, reflecting the ever-changing conversation around identity and empowerment. Amidst this whirlwind of creativity, the myth of Medusa resonates deeply with those who find themselves grappling with the shadows of their own narratives. She becomes a mirror, reflecting the struggles of isolation and the desire for acceptance. Those who encounter her through the works of these artists and writers often feel a surge of emotion, an understanding of the battles faced by women who have been cast aside or misjudged. There is a sense of urgency in this reimagining of Medusa, a call to break free from the chains of misunderstanding and to embrace the complexity of female narratives. Each artist, each writer, layers their own experiences and insights onto her myth, creating a rich tapestry of interpretations that evoke feelings of both sorrow and strength. In this continuous loop of creation, Medusa remains forever caught between worlds. She embodies the fears of those who dare to confront their own demons, while simultaneously offering a glimmer of hope for those seeking to reclaim their stories. The depths of her myth, with its powerful emotional undercurrents, ensure that her legacy endures, prompting countless artists and writers to pen their unique reflections, each pushing the boundaries of the narrative further. As the story unfolds, Medusa transforms yet again, becoming a beacon for those who feel different or rejected, encouraging them to embrace their true selves. Her legend, once marred by jealousy and betrayal, now shines with the brilliance of 1,000 interpretations, each one a testament to the indomitable spirit of a woman who was never merely a monster, but a symbol of resilience. And as the tale continues, like serpents weaving through the undergrowth, the myth of Medusa remains alive, dynamic, and endlessly inspiring, a reminder that even in the darkest of legends, there exists a profound beauty waiting to be discovered. A chill ran down the spine of anyone who dared to gaze upon the Gorgon. With a mere glance, she could freeze the bravest of souls, turning them into statues of stone, their fear forever etched into their faces. In the shadows of ancient Greece, the legend of Medusa spread like wildfire, captivating the imagination of those who heard her tale. But beneath the surface of this terrifying myth lay psychological depths that stretched far beyond mere horror. Centuries ago, the Gorgon stood as a living nightmare, a woman cursed into monstrous form. Once beautiful, her transformation into a creature with snakes for hair became a representation of something darker, a reflection of human fears and societal judgments. Medusa was not born a monster, she was a victim, punished unjustly for the transgressions of others. This narrative is rich with the pain of betrayal, a story that resonates with anyone who has ever felt wronged or misunderstood. As one listens to the whispers of history, it's clear that Medusa's gaze was not merely a physical threat. It held a deeper significance. The very idea that one could turn to stone at the sight of her speaks volumes about the power of fear. It's a fear that paralyzes the mind, freezing potential and creativity in its tracks. In the eyes of the ancients, the Gorgon represented the fears that lurked in the corners of their own lives. Fear of the unknown, of loss, and of the uncontrollable forces of fate. In the flickering light of torches, tales of the Gorgon were told in hushed tones. Young men, filled with bravado, would recount her story, yet their voices trembled when they spoke of her gaze. Why did they fear her? It was not just the threat of death, it was the fear of confronting their own vulnerabilities. To look upon Medusa was to face the very aspects of themselves they wished to ignore, their inadequacies, their failures, their raw, exposed humanity. In a world where strength was celebrated, Medusa became a symbol of the hidden power in vulnerability. The myth also unfolds the complex dance between the sacred and the profane, examining the duality of femininity. Medusa, in her monstrous state, embodied both terror and allure, a duality that has fascinated scholars and artists alike for millennia. The serpentine hair, a symbol of female rage, could also be seen as a profound representation of maternal instincts gone awry. Was she not the protector of her own identity, fighting against a world that sought to diminish her? This aspect of her story evokes sympathy, as it reveals the damage inflicted by societal norms and expectations on women throughout history. As the sun set over ancient ruins, an eerie stillness enveloped the air, amplifying the emotions tied to the myth. To the people of Greece, the Gorgon was a cautionary tale, a reminder of what could happen when beauty and power collided. The story emphasized the importance of humility, of recognizing one's own humanity amidst the chaos of life. The terror of Medusa lived on in the hearts of the people, a constant reminder that the line between victim and monster can blur in the blink of an eye. Artists throughout the ages have tried to capture her essence, their brushes trembling as they depicted this figure of dread and beauty. In paintings and sculptures, Medusa became a canvas for the expression of fear, power, and the complexities of human emotion. Each stroke told a story of inner turmoil, of battles fought in the name of love, loss, and betrayal. To see her image was to confront one's own fears, to acknowledge the darker parts of the psyche that often lay hidden beneath a facade of normality. Consider the tales spun around her. Those who sought to conquer her were often the very embodiment of their own arrogance. Perseus, armed with his reflective shield, serves as a metaphor for the journey of self-discovery. He did not simply fight Medusa, he faced his own inner demons, reflecting back the truths he was unwilling to confront. The myth explores the idea that in order to defeat one's fears, one must first understand them. The Gorgon, then, becomes an integral part of the hero's journey, a necessary confrontation with the darker aspects of the self. The interpretation of Medusa's myth also invites discussions of trauma and healing. Her transformation echoes the experiences of those who have faced violence and abuse, turning pain into a powerful narrative of resilience. Medusa's story is not just one of victimhood, it is a tale of reclaiming power. In the face of suffering, she becomes an emblem of survival, reminding us that even in our darkest moments, we have the capacity to emerge transformed. As people reflected on the Gorgon, they began to see her not just as a monster, but as a complex being shaped by her experiences. The psychological implications of her tale resonate in today's society, where the struggle for identity continues to unfold. The Gorgon myth serves as an archetype for understanding the human condition, our fears, our desires, and the masks we wear. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper the secrets of ancient times. The echoes of the Gorgon story reverberated through the ages, weaving a tapestry of emotion that connected generations. As the threads of her narrative intertwined with those of humanity, the line between monster and hero blurred, leaving an indelible mark on the collective psyche. And so, the tale of Medusa persists, a haunting reminder of the fears we harbor and the strengths we possess. Her gaze, once feared, becomes a mirror reflecting the complexities of the human soul. Each retelling adds layers to her myth, enticing listeners to confront their own Gorgon within, the fears that hold them captive and the courage needed to break free. Just as Medusa's fate was sealed by the choices of others, so too are our lives shaped by the stories we tell and the meanings we ascribe to them. In the shadows of history, the Gorgon's myth continues to pulsate with life, drawing us closer to the raw truths of our existence, pushing us to recognize the beauty in our struggles and the power in our resilience. The emotion of her story lingers, unyielding, as the next chapter of this ancient narrative unfolds, inviting all to witness what lies beyond the gaze. In the dim light of dusk, the shadows danced across the ancient stones of a long-forgotten temple, whispering tales of fear and survival. Steno and Euryale, the lesser-known sisters of the infamous Medusa, stood at the edge of a crumbling cliff, each heartbeat echoing the weight of their lineage. The wind stirred their hair, a haunting melody that mingled with the scent of salt and earth. They were not merely remnants of a myth. They were living embodiments of survival in a world that had cast them aside. Stheno, with hair that flowed like midnight, was fierce and unyielding. A warrior in her own right, she bore the scars of battles fought and lost. Her eyes, sharp as daggers, reflected a deep-seated determination that had been forged in the fires of betrayal. Euryale, the gentler of the two, carried a sorrowful grace. Her heart ached for understanding, for the chance to be more than a monster in a world that feared them. The sisters were bound by blood and burdened by a legacy that marked them as cursed. As they gazed into the abyss below, the waves crashed against the rocks, sending up sprays of silver foam. The ocean sang of ancient secrets, hundreds of lifetimes echoing in its depths. They had heard the stories, the hushed whispers among townsfolk about their infamous sister Medusa, who had turned men to stone with a glance. But there was more to their tale, a thread woven with survival and resilience. The sisters knew that their fates were intertwined with that of their sister, each moment a precarious balance between power and peril. For years, they had wandered through dark forests and barren lands, seeking refuge from those who would hunt them. The world outside loomed like a beast, ready to pounce, and the sisters had learned to be both predator and prey. With each escape, a new scar formed, and with each scar, a story was etched into their souls. One fateful evening, as twilight draped the world in shades of purple and gray, a band of warriors approached, led by a man whose fate was tied to the sisters. Perseus, with his gleaming sword and the ambition of a hero, sought the heads of the Gorgons. He had heard tales of their monstrous beauty, of their cursed existence, and his heart was set on claiming glory. Little did he know that Stheno and Euryale were as much victims of circumstance as they were the monsters he sought. The sisters sensed the danger before they saw it. Euryale felt a tremor in the air, a shiver that ran down her spine as if the universe itself was warning her. Stheno clenched her fists, ready to fight, ready to protect. They were not about to let their story be defined by the choices of another. As the warriors drew closer, a storm brewed within Stheno, igniting sparks of fury and courage. "Stay behind me," Stheno commanded, her voice steady despite the chaos brewing within her. Euryale nodded, but her heart weighed heavy with the fear of what was to come. They had survived so much, but was this the end? Would this be the moment when their legacy crumbled, a stone statue lost to time? When Perseus finally arrived, sword raised, his eyes were filled with a mix of awe and dread. He had not expected to find them standing together, resolute and fierce. They were not merely monsters, they were sisters, bonded by love and loss. For a fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch, allowing the sisters a glimpse into the heart of the man before them. "What have you done to deserve this fate?" Euryale asked, her voice trembling like the leaves in the wind. The question hung in the air, charged with unspoken pain and longing. Perseus hesitated, his grip on the sword faltering, as he looked into their eyes, seeing beyond the myths and legends that had shaped his perception. Stheno could sense the shift, the moment when doubt crept into the heart of the hero. "We are not what they say," she spat, her voice laced with defiance. "We are survivors, not monsters. We fight for our lives every day." But the weight of myth hung heavily in the air, and no matter how fiercely they pleaded, the truth was still a distant echo in a world eager for blood. The fear in Perseus's eyes transformed into resolve, and with a deep breath, he steadied his sword. Time resumed its relentless march as the sisters braced themselves for the inevitable confrontation. As the clash of steel rang out against the backdrop of the crashing waves, the sisters fought not just for their lives, but for their right to exist. Each swing of Stheno's arm was a declaration of her strength, while Euryale's quick movements were an embodiment of grace and desperation. The battle was a dance of survival, every movement charged with emotion and the raw, unyielding will to endure. But as the fight raged on, the tides of fate shifted. Perseus was relentless, and doubt crept back into the sisters' hearts. With every strike, the weight of their legacy bore down on them, threatening to crush their spirits. Would they become mere stories, tales of caution told by flickering firelight? Or would they carve their own paths into the annals of history, just as the dawn began to creep over the horizon, painting the world in hues of hope and despair? A moment of clarity pierced through the chaos. Euryale, panting and weary, found her voice among the clash of swords. "We are not just our sister's shadows. We refuse to be defined by her fate." The words hung in the air like a lifeline, a spark igniting the fire of rebellion within them. They were Gorgons, yes, but they were also warriors, sisters bound by blood, forged in the fires of survival. As the sun's first rays broke over the horizon, illuminating the battlefield, the sisters saw not just the warrior before them, but the echo of their own struggle reflected in his eyes. The fight was not merely for survival, it had transformed into a battle for understanding, for acceptance, for a chance to write their own narrative. In that pivotal moment, the world shifted, and the shadows of their past began to recede. With every beat of their hearts, Stheno and Euryale realized that together they could shape a new destiny, one that would resonate through the ages. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, casting light upon the dark stones of their past, they stood ready to face whatever came next, their journey far from over. The echoes of their fight lingered in the air, whispering promises of untold stories yet to unfold. In the flickering shadows of a forgotten temple, the air hung heavy with whispers, as if the very walls were alive, holding on to the stories of ancient times. Three figures stood at the center, their skin glistening in the dim light, serpents coiling through their hair, eyes flashing with an intensity that could turn the bravest warrior to stone. These were the Gorgon sisters, Medusa, Stheno, and Euryale, once feared and reviled, now standing proudly as symbols of resilience in a world that sought to silence them. Their story is not simply myth, it is a reflection of the struggles that women have faced throughout history. Long ago, these sisters were not the monsters the world painted them to be. They were vibrant, powerful beings, each with a unique gift. Medusa, with her striking beauty, was once a priestess in Athena's temple, a woman of grace and strength. But jealousy and betrayal twisted her fate, transforming her into a creature of nightmares. Stheno and Euryale, her loyal sisters, endured their own transformations, cast aside by a society too quick to judge and condemn. Today, in the echoing halls of contemporary feminist discourse, the Gorgon sisters are reclaiming their narrative with a fury that sends shivers down the spine. They have become icons of empowerment, embodying the anger and strength of women who refuse to be silenced. In art and literature, they serve as a powerful reminder that those deemed monstrous often bear the weight of injustice. The world now looks at the Gorgons, not with fear, but with admiration for their indomitable spirit. As the sun sets, casting long shadows, the sisters' figures shimmer in the twilight. They are more than legends. They have become voices for the voiceless. Medusa, with her haunted eyes, no longer represents shame but defiance. The serpents that once symbolized her curse now signify her unyielding strength. She stands in solidarity with women who have faced violence and oppression, turning their pain into power. In classrooms and galleries, discussions of the Gorgon sisters ignite passionate debates. Artists transform their image into striking murals, while writers breathe new life into their stories, weaving tales of survival and resilience. Feminist scholars dissect the layers of their myth, drawing parallels between the Gorgon sisters and modern-day struggles against patriarchy. The sisters have transcended their mythological origins, becoming emblematic of the fight for female agency and identity. In a crowded lecture hall, a professor passionately describes how Medusa's gaze, once a weapon of fear, is now a source of empowerment. "Look deeper," she urges, her voice rising with each word, "and you will see that her story is a reflection of every woman who has been objectified, shamed, or silenced." The audience sits in rapt attention, their hearts racing with the realization that the Gorgon's tale is not just a relic of the past, but a living narrative that resonates today. Outside, the world is ablaze with protests where women march, holding signs emblazoned with images of the Gorgon sisters. "We are not afraid," they chant, their voices rising in unison, echoing the strength of Medusa and her kin. The energy is electric, an urgent call for change that reverberates through the streets. The Gorgon sisters are with them, their spirits igniting the flames of rebellion against a system that attempts to stifle them. In the quiet moments away from the chaos, the sisters reflect on their legacy. Stheno, fierce and unwavering, speaks of the women who have come before and those yet to come, They will not be defined by the labels others place upon them, she asserts, her voice steady with conviction. Euryale nods, her heart swelling with pride for the countless voices rising in solidarity. Their bond as sisters, forged in adversity, becomes a metaphor for the collective strength of women everywhere. But even as they bask in their newfound power, shadows linger. The fear of being misunderstood or misrepresented creeps in. The Gorgon sisters know that their story can still be weaponized against them. Misogyny takes many forms, and they stand vigilant, ready to confront the narratives that seek to diminish their worth. The struggle is ongoing, but they refuse to be mere footnotes in history. Instead, they assert themselves as living, breathing embodiments of change. As night descends, the sisters gather, the glow of the moon illuminating their fierce features. They share stories of those who have embraced their legacy, artists, activists, and everyday women who draw strength from their tale. Each story adds a new layer to their existence, intertwining their fates with those who dare to challenge societal norms. The world they inhabit is both beautiful and brutal, but the Gorgon sisters stand tall, knowing they are not alone. They are part of a larger tapestry of women who have fought for their rights, who have refused to be silenced, and in that solidarity they find hope. The fight is far from over, yet every act of defiance, every moment of courage fuels their resolve. In the distance, the sound of drums begins to echo, a rhythmic heartbeat that resonates with the struggle for justice. The sisters feel the pull, an invitation to join the chorus of voices rising against oppression. With a fierce determination, they step forward, ready to lend their strength to those who are still finding their voice. The darkness that once consumed them now becomes a backdrop for their light, illuminating the path for others to follow. As they enter the fray, the air crackles with energy, a palpable reminder that the Gorgon sisters have become more than myth. They are a movement, a living testament to resilience. Their eyes blaze with the fire of defiance, and their hearts beat in time with the revolution that is unfolding around them. The echoes of their laughter, the strength of their unity, and the power of their story will not be forgotten. This is not merely a chapter in history. It is an ongoing saga. The Gorgon sisters will continue to inspire, to challenge, and to empower. Their tale is one of transformation, not just for themselves, but for every woman who dares to reclaim her narrative. The world is watching, and with every step they take, the Gorgon sisters are proving that the fight for justice will never be silenced. And so they march on, weaving their legacy into the fabric of time, forever a force to be reckoned with. In the dim light of a crowded cafe, a woman sits at a corner table, her fingers tracing the outline of a pendant that hangs around her neck. It is an image of a Gorgon, fierce and beautiful, its serpentine hair coiling like shadows around its face. The room buzzes with laughter and chatter, but the woman seems suspended in her own world, lost in the weight of stories that have shaped centuries. The Gorgon, once feared, now hangs as a charm of empowerment against a backdrop of modern anxieties, an emblem that whispers both strength and vulnerability. The legacy of the Gorgons, particularly Medusa, echoes through history, weaving a tapestry of fear and fascination. In ancient Greece, Medusa was a warning, a figure cursed for her beauty and defiance, turned into a monster whose gaze could petrify men into stone. But the legend has transformed over the ages, morphing from a mere monster into a symbol of resilience. In the modern world, the Gorgon embodies a complex narrative, one of female strength, the struggle against societal expectations, and the reclaiming of one's narrative. Art and literature have adopted this powerful symbol, giving breath to the stories of women who battle against the odds. Contemporary writers and artists depict Medusa not as a villain, but as a survivor, a woman who has endured pain and transformed it into power. The serpents in her hair are not just symbols of her curse, they now represent her tenacity, her ability to fight back against a world that seeks to silence her. The image of the Gorgon has been reinterpreted, becoming a rallying cry for those who feel marginalized or oppressed. It ignites a fire in the hearts of many, urging them to reclaim their strength. Imagine a gallery filled with vibrant paintings of Medusa, each artist portraying her with striking intensity. Beneath the brushstrokes lies a story of anguish, beauty, and reclamation. In one painting, Medusa stands tall, her snakes writhing with life, eyes fierce yet full of sorrow. This image resonates with a generation of women who see in her not only a monster, but a reflection of their own battles. Each depiction ignites hope and defiance, filling the air with a palpable energy as viewers find pieces of their own stories intertwined with hers. The powerful symbolism extends beyond art into daily life. Women wear Gorgon charms as a shield, a statement against the harmful narratives that society imposes on them. In jewelry shops, pendants of Medusa are adorned with vibrant gemstones, each color symbolizing strength, courage, and resilience. As they wear these pieces, women carry the legacy of the Gorgon with them, a silent reminder that they have the power to transform adversity into strength. It's more than an accessory, it's an emblem of survival in a world that often seeks to undermine femininity. Even in the realm of fashion, designers draw inspiration from the Gorgon. Runways pulse with designs that flaunt bold patterns and fierce silhouettes. Models strut confidently, their outfits reminiscent of the fierce beauty of Medusa. Each piece tells a story of empowerment, urging onlookers to embrace their uniqueness and wear it with pride. The legacy of the Gorgons has woven itself into the very fabric of modern culture, challenging the norms of beauty and femininity. Social media platforms buzz with discussions surrounding the Gorgon's legacy. Hashtags celebrating female empowerment often feature imagery of serpents and Gorgons, creating a community where voices can unite against injustice. Women share their stories, drawing parallels between their hardships and the timeless tale of Medusa. Some speak of personal battles against societal expectations, while others highlight experiences of overcoming adversity. The Gorgon has become a symbol of their stories, a reminder that they too can turn their pain into a source of power. In literature, the Gorgon narrative unfolds in innovative ways. Writers breathe life into Medusa, giving her backstory and agency. No longer just a monster hiding in the shadows, she emerges as a heroine fighting against the constraints of a patriarchal society. The novels become a source of inspiration, igniting the spark of courage in readers who see themselves reflected in her struggles. The tales resonate with those who have felt the weight of judgment, creating a bond that transcends time and space. As the cafe hums with life, the woman's pendant glimmers in the light, drawing curious glances from passers-by. In that moment, she becomes a walking testament to the power of the Gorgon's legacy. Each gaze that meets the fierce stare of her pendant is a reminder that history is alive, continuously shaping and reshaping identities and stories. Medusa, once confined to myths, now walks beside her, urging her to stand tall, to embrace the complexities of her own narrative. In theatre, the Gorgon narrative takes on new forms, with performances that delve into the psyche of Medusa. The stage transforms into a battleground of emotions, where the audience feels the struggle, the heartache, and the ultimate triumph. Actors embody the spirit of Medusa, their performances igniting a fire in those watching. The stories unfold with tension and drama, echoing the trials and triumphs of women across generations. Each scene pulls the audience deeper into the legacy, connecting them to a lineage of resilience and strength. The Gorgon's legacy is not confined to art, fashion, or literature. It permeates the very fabric of societal conversations. In discussions of feminism, mental health, and empowerment, the Gorgon serves as a reminder that strength often emerges from pain. The metaphor of the Gorgon becomes a touchstone for those seeking to understand their experiences, transforming the way they view themselves and their struggles. It encourages an open dialogue about womanhood, challenging stereotypes and inviting deeper understanding. As the woman in the cafe gazes at her pendant, she feels an electric thrill of connection to the past, a lineage of fierce women who have defied the odds. The stories of the Gorgons live on in her heart, blending seamlessly with her own narrative. She knows that she's not alone. She carries with her the strength of countless generations. The cafe, the city, the world outside, all are vibrant with the stories of those who have walked before her, each one feeding into the legacy that will endure for ages to come. Just then, her phone buzzes with a notification. A friend has shared a powerful quote, about reclaiming one's voice, drawing from the tale of Medusa. It resonates deeply within her, a reminder that the legacy of the Gorgons is a living, breathing force that nurtures and empowers. And as she smiles, the world around her fades into a blur, leaving only the pulsing energy of the Gorgon's story, echoing in her heart, urging her onward into the next chapter of her life. In the dim light of a flickering torch, shadows danced along the walls of ancient stone, where the whispers of long-forgotten tales lingered, waiting to be heard. The air crackled with an electric tension, a reminder of the power that myth holds over human imagination and understanding. Just outside those walls, a tempest brewed, a storm not of nature but of thought, a clash between reason and the raw, untamed emotions stirred by the legends of the Gorgons. These creatures, with serpents for hair and gazes that turned the bravest warriors to stone, were not merely tales spun by the ancients to frighten children. They were mirrors reflecting the complexities of human fears, desires, and the harsh realities of existence. Medusa, the most famous of the Gorgons, was both victim and monster, a tragic figure cursed by the whims of the gods. Her story was a riddle wrapped in layers of sorrow, begging for interpretation and understanding. Scholars and poets alike have wrestled with these myths for centuries, each grappling with the question, what do the Gorgons truly represent? In one corner, the feminist interpretation emerged, challenging the traditional narratives that painted Medusa as simply a villain or a monster. Here she became a symbol of rage and reclamation, a figure embodying the pains of women silenced and scapegoated throughout history. As they dissected ancient texts, drawing connections between Medusa's punishment and the societal treatment of women, a new vision took shape, one of empowerment through suffering. In another scholarly arena, the Gorgons were examined through the lens of fear. The fear of the feminine, the fear of the unknown. These themes coursed through the interpretations like an undercurrent simmering beneath the surface. The Gorgons stood as a testament to the anxieties of a patriarchal society. To gaze upon Medusa was a metaphor for confronting profound truths about oneself. The petrification that followed was not merely physical. It represented the paralysis of emotion, the stifling of authenticity. Who wouldn't flinch at the rawness of such a concept? Art and literature reflected these evolving interpretations, each brushstroke and word laden with deep emotion. Sculptors carved Medusa's likeness, her anguished face twisted in both beauty and horror, inviting viewers to ponder, was she a monster or a woman wronged? In poetry, her lament echoed through time, a haunting melody that spoke of betrayal and loss, resonating with the wounds carried by so many. Each generation found its own meaning, reinterpreting her story to fit the contours of their societal struggles. The Gorgons existed not in isolation, but as part of a larger tapestry, woven from myth and human experience. The tales of their origin, sprung from the primordial forces of chaos, offered a glimpse into the minds of those who conceived them. The Greeks understood the Gorgons as more than just fantastical beings. They were embodiments of nature's unpredictable fury, of the consequences of divine displeasure. They were warnings to those who dared to challenge the established order, reflecting the tension between humanity and the merciless powers that govern existence. As the pages of history turned, the Gorgons morphed and adapted. Whether in ancient pottery or modern cinema, their legacy endured. In academic discourse, they sparked debates, igniting passionate discussions that filled lecture halls with fervor. Professors passionately outlined how the Gorgons served as metaphors for the darker aspects of the human psyche, representing the latent fears and desires that lurked within. Their fearsome visages held the capacity to both repel and attract, illustrating the duality of human emotion. This complexity was intoxicating, drawing students and scholars alike into an endless cycle of inquiry and interpretation. Even in the realm of psychology, the Gorgons found their place. The concepts of projection and the shadow self came alive through the lens of Medusa's mythos. To confront her was to face one's inner demons, to acknowledge the parts of ourselves we wish to bury. Therapists used her story to illustrate the importance of integration, of embracing the entirety of one's being, the light and the dark. In this sense, the Gorgons became more than mere myths. They transformed into powerful tools for self-exploration and healing. Yet, amidst all this analysis, the emotional weight of the Gorgons lingered like a ghost, haunting those who dared to engage with their stories. Was it possible that, in our relentless quest for meaning, we had overlooked the core of their tragedy? Medusa's transformation into a monster was, at its heart, an act of violence. She was forever altered by the gods' indifference, her beauty stolen and replaced with horror. As scholars debated her symbolism, one couldn't help but feel a chill at the thought that perhaps she was more a victim than a villain. Through centuries, the Gorgons have inspired countless adaptations, each retelling echoing the emotions of its time. Their legacy is one of transformation, of how society grapples with its fears and the consequences of its actions. The myth breathes and evolves, a living entity reflecting the human condition. As the torchlight flickered, illuminating the cracks of the ancient stone, it became evident that the discourse surrounding the Gorgons was far from exhausted. Rather, it was a vibrant dialogue that continued to pulse with life. As the night deepened, the air thick with anticipation and emotion, the Gorgons beckoned scholars onward, their stories intertwined with every breath, every heartbeat. The interpretations flowed like a river, each current carrying with it the possibility of new insight, deeper understanding, and the promise of more to come. The weight of their narrative was felt, not just in the pages of ancient texts, but in the hearts of all who grappled with their enduring legacy. And thus the Gorgons, with their haunting beauty and tragic fates, stood poised to guide the next chapter of exploration into the depths of myth and meaning. A chill swept through the ancient city as twilight descended, casting long shadows that danced like whispers among the cobblestone streets. The air shimmered with anticipation, electric with the pulse of countless hearts. It was the night of the Gorgon festival, a time when the legends of old came alive, intertwining history and myth in a spectacular celebration that promised to stir the soul. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the first flickers of torches ignited, illuminating the faces of the townsfolk adorned in costumes inspired by the Gorgons themselves. Snakes entwined in wild hair, scales glinting like armor, and eyes painted with striking intensity. The stories of Medusa, Stheno, and Euryale echoed in their minds, legends woven from threads of fear and fascination. This festival was more than a mere celebration. It was a tribute to the powerful women who had become symbols of strength and resilience through the ages. The drums began to beat, a rhythmic thumping that resonated within the very bones of the earth. It was a call to gather, to remember, and to honor. Children giggled, their eyes wide with wonder as they watched the older performers reenact epic battles, each clash of wooden swords a reminder of the Gorgon's fierce nature. It was said that to look upon a Gorgon was to invite stone into one's heart, yet here, in this jubilant chaos, the townsfolk turned fear into festivity. They dared to look deeper, to find beauty in the monstrous, to embrace the duality of the Gorgon's legacy. As night's veil enveloped the gathering, lanterns shaped like serpents hung from every corner, casting a warm glow that mingled with the cool night air. Folk songs wove through the crowd, tales of bravery and heartbreak echoing in harmonious voices. An elder stepped forward, her voice trembling yet strong, recounting the legend of Medusa, who had been cursed not just as a punishment, but as a transformation, an embodiment of life's cruel twists. Each word felt like a heartbeat, each story drawing the audience closer, their breaths mingling in shared reverence. The aroma of roasted meats and spiced wines wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Stalls lined the streets, each one offering treats inspired by the myths. Some sold honeyed pastries, shaped like snake coils, while others provided richly spiced stews that warmed the soul. This was a feast for the body and spirit alike, a moment to savor the flavors of history, to taste the essence of the Gorgons themselves. In the center of the square, a grand stage stood adorned with elaborate tapestries depicting the Gorgons in all their glory. The highlight of the night approached, a performance that would blend art and history into a single breathtaking moment. As the curtain parted, the audience held their breath, anticipation thick in the air like a tangible force. Dancers emerged, their bodies wrapped in shimmering fabric that mimicked the scales of snakes. They moved with fluid grace, each gesture a story, each turn a tribute. With every beat, the dance spoke of the Gorgons' pain and strength, their beauty and terror intertwined. The audience watched spellbound, entranced by the way the performers became both predator and prey, embodying the very essence of the legends. Gasps of awe filled the air as the lead dancer, adorned with a crown of serpents, twirled, her hair mimicking the sinuous movements of snakes. It was a celebration of life, a dance that sought to reconcile the past with the present. As the dance reached its climax, the energy in the square surged. It was a moment of catharsis, where the spirits of the Gorgons themselves seemed to join the celebration, urging the townsfolk to remember that they, too, could understand the dichotomy of beauty and fear. The performance ended in a stunning tableau, the dancers frozen in a pose that captured the haunting elegance of the Gorgons, their eyes fierce yet forgiving. The crowd erupted into applause, a thunderous roar of appreciation that echoed through the streets, mingling with the sound of the night. But the night was far from over. The storytelling continued, with an elderly man stepping forth, eyes glimmering with mischief. He regaled the audience with tales of Gorgon sightings, recounting encounters that blurred the lines between reality and fantasy. Laughter erupted as he described a stubborn farmer who believed he could woo a Gorgon with flowers, only to find himself turned to stone, an unforgettable reminder of the Gorgon's true nature. Each story bound the crowd closer together, laughter and gasps merging into a tapestry of shared experience. As the festival pressed on, the atmosphere transformed. A sense of unity blossomed. Strangers became friends, their hearts linked by the age-old stories that had shaped their community. They danced together, laughed together, and for that fleeting night, fear was replaced by joy, and the weight of history felt lighter. Yet, beneath the excitement, whispers of the Gorgons lingered, shadows that reminded everyone of the delicate balance between admiration and caution. The festival became a mirror reflecting their own struggles, triumphs, and fears. It beckoned them to embrace their complexity, to honor both the light and dark within themselves. Soon the moon hung high above, casting silver beams that glimmered like the scales of the Gorgons themselves. The music softened, and the revelers began to gather for the ceremonial closing, a final tribute to the legends that had connected them throughout the ages. They formed a circle, hands clasped together, creating a living chain of humanity bound by shared stories and dreams. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The energy shifted, and a palpable reverence enveloped the crowd. Eyes closed, they offered silent prayers to the Gorgons, acknowledging not only their fear, but their empowerment, their strength in adversity. The air felt charged, as if the very essence of the legends was swirling around them, embracing them in a warm, protective cocoon. As the last notes of the evening hung in the air, a figure stepped forward, cloaked in shadows yet radiant like a star. The crowd gasped, the figure's presence igniting a spark of curiosity and awe. With a voice like thunder wrapped in silk, the figure spoke of the Gorgon's legacy, stretching far beyond mere tales, of the lessons to be learned, the power of transformation, and the beauty hidden in the most unexpected places. The festival was not just a night of celebration, it was a powerful reminder that the stories of the Gorgons lived on, pulsating through the lives of those who dared to remember. The echoes of laughter and the warmth of connection lingered in the air. But with the arrival of this new figure, a shift was palpable, a promise that the tales of the Gorgons were not finished yet, and that the night would spiral into new adventures yet untold. The air thickened with a quiet unease, as stories of the Gorgons slithered through the ages like shadows in the moonlight. Three sisters, cursed and twisted into terrifying forms. Their hair, a writhing mass of snakes, invoked both dread and fascination. They were not merely figures of horror, they were symbols, potent images woven into the fabric of gender roles that echoed through time. To gaze upon them was to risk petrification, a fate that felt all too real for the men who stumbled into their realm. Yet what did this transformation mean for women, their stories, their voices, and their power? From the moment they first appeared in myths, The Gorgons challenged the very essence of femininity. Medusa, the most renowned, was once a beautiful maiden, transformed by the jealousy of the goddess Athena. Her metamorphosis was not just a punishment, it was a reflection of the fear some men had toward women who held power. The male gaze, a concept that reverberates even today, found its origin in these tales, where a woman's beauty could bring forth destruction. The Gorgons stood as stark reminders of the consequences that awaited those who transgressed societal norms. In the ancient world, where women were often relegated to the shadows, the Gorgons emerged as figures of defiance. They were fearsome, yes, but also fiercely independent. To portray them solely as monsters is to overlook the layers of meaning wrapped around their existence. With their ability to turn men to stone, they held a power that was intoxicating. In a society that expected submission, they demanded respect through fear. The stories of these sisters rippled through the tapestry of mythology, intertwining with narratives that revealed the struggles of women. The allure of their power clashed with the patriarchal structures of their time, creating a tension that continues to resonate. The Gorgons became a mirror reflecting society's anxieties about women who dared to defy traditional roles. They were both victims of fate and agents of their own destiny, a duality that captured the imagination of poets and storytellers throughout history. As whispers of the Gorgons spread, tales of their encounters with heroes took on a new light. Perseus, armed with gifts from gods, was tasked with slaying Medusa. This act was not merely a quest for glory, it was an echo of a deeper conflict between male ambition and female power. Medusa's death was a tragic end to her story, but also a chilling reminder of the lengths to which men would go to reclaim control. In this dance of violence, the Gorgons became tragic figures, symbols of the cost of power and the fear it instilled in those who felt threatened. The myths surrounding the Gorgons grew richer as interpretation shifted over time. They were not just monstrous beings, they became embodiments of the feminist struggle. The ancient Greeks may have crafted these legends to enforce gender norms, yet the tales morphed into something else. They became a rallying cry for women to reclaim their narratives, to redefine power on their own terms. Through art and literature, the Gorgons echoed the desires and fears of women who sought agency in a world that sought to silence them. With each retelling, the Gorgons' legacy took on new meaning. In the medieval period, they morphed into symbols of female rage and vengeance, figures that women could identify with. The fear they inspired reflected the societal expectation that women should remain passive, nurturing, and submissive. Yet here were the Gorgons, defying those expectations with every glance. Women could draw strength from their stories, understanding that the fear they inspired was rooted in the power they possessed. As the Renaissance bloomed, artists began to depict the Gorgons not just as monsters, but as complex figures laden with emotion. The brushstrokes captured their pain, their anger, and the weight of their isolation. No longer were they merely objects of fear, they became symbols of resilience. Their portrayal emphasized the duality of femininity, the beauty that could ensnare, and the strength that could devastate. The Gorgons transformed from terrifying figures to poignant representations of the struggles of women in a world that often refused to recognize their worth. The echoes of the Gorgons still resonate today, serving as a reminder of the battles women have fought throughout history. In modern retellings, they are often reclaimed as heroines, figures of empowerment who challenge the status quo. The stories of Medusa, Stheno, and Euryale continue to inspire new generations, encouraging women to embrace their power, to resist being silenced or diminished. They challenge the narrative that beauty should be passive, and instead they become champions of strength, fighting against the constraints that bind them. As the sun set on the ancient world, the Gorgons stood vigilant, their legacy stretching out like tendrils of smoke into the future. Their impact on gender roles in mythology is clear and profound, a tapestry woven with threads of fear, power, and resilience. In every tale shared, every artwork created, and every voice raised in defiance, the spirit of the Gorgons lives on. The narrative of women and their struggles continues to evolve, shaped by the fierce and unyielding nature of these once feared sisters. The tension remains, a vibrant pulse of emotion that binds the past to the present, igniting fervor in those who refuse to be silenced. And with each telling, the Gorgons call out, their whispers echoing through time, reminding us that their lessons are not just remnants of a mythic past, but living truths that shape the very fabric of our lives today. The air was thick with anticipation, a silent charge electrifying the room where artists and historians gathered, their faces marked by curiosity and uncertainty. Each individual held a brush or a pen, tools that promised to breathe life into myths long thought dead. The Gorgons, figures of terror, punishment, and haunting beauty, were about to rise again, not from the pages of ancient texts, but from the very essence of modern creativity. For centuries, the Gorgons, particularly Medusa, were bound to tales that spoke of their monstrous nature. With snakes for hair and a gaze that could turn the bravest of souls to stone, they served as cautionary symbols. Yet, there was another narrative lurking beneath the surface, a tale of victimhood and empowerment waiting to be liberated through the artist's hand. Artists began to feel the pull of this hidden story, eager to reclaim the Gorgons from the shadows. Among the gathered, a young painter named Ilara stood transfixed, her heart racing as she listened to an impassioned historian recount the tragic life of Medusa. Once a beautiful maiden, she was cursed for being wronged. Her beauty twisted into a weapon against her. The audience leaned in, spellbound by the haunting truth that lay hidden within the legend. Ilara could feel the weight of Medusa's sorrow pressing on her chest, each word igniting a fire in her soul. The brushes dipped into vibrant colors, representing not just the monsters of old, but the real emotional battles faced by women through history. They painted Medusa not as a creature to be feared, but as a symbol of strength and resilience. The strokes of the brush echoed with passion, capturing the complexity of her existence. The once muted tones of fear transformed into bold hues of empowerment, swirling across canvas in defiance of the stereotypes that bound her. Across the room, an elderly sculptor named Felix worked tirelessly on a statue that was both haunting and beautiful. His hands, weathered by years of labor, moved with precision as he shaped the stone into a visage that was strikingly human. The fearsome snakes that crowned her head were not mere symbols of horror, but an intricate representation of her pain and struggle. Each curve told a story of betrayal, of a woman wronged not by her own choices, but by the wrath of gods and men alike. Felix had spent years wrestling with the Gorgons' legacy. He recalled the countless times he had faced ridicule for his affection towards these misunderstood figures. His heart ached for their stories, for the beauty hidden beneath layers of fear. As he chipped away at the stone, it felt as if he were not just creating art, but unearthing a truth that demanded to be heard. The room was filled with an electric silence as the statue began to take form, each detail a testament to the reclamation of a myth that had long been forgotten. In a corner, a poet named Maria scribbled furiously, words tumbling from her mind like a waterfall. She sought to capture the essence of the Gorgon's sorrow, weaving verses that spoke of loss, abandonment, and ultimately, rebirth. Her pen danced across the page, conjuring vivid images of Medusa staring into a mirror, a reflection of a woman trapped between beauty and monstrosity. Maria felt every syllable pulse with the weight of history, her heart racing with every stanza. The collective energy in the room was palpable, a swirling storm of creativity and emotion. As the artists worked, their pieces began to communicate with one another, conversing in a silent language of hope and understanding. One by one, the Gorgons were transformed from symbols of fear into powerful narratives of reclamation. Each brushstroke, each chisel, each word became a voice, a scream echoing through the ages, demanding recognition. The moment of unveiling approached, each artist knowing the significance of what they had created. As they stood before their works, a symphony of emotions washed over them: pride, joy, and an undeniable sense of duty. They had honored the past while simultaneously forging a new path for the future. The Gorgons would no longer be silenced. Their stories would resonate through time, echoing in the hearts of those who felt marginalized and misunderstood. Then came the unveiling, a moment that felt like the world held its breath. One by one, the pieces were revealed to an audience filled with skeptics and believers alike. Gasps of awe mingled with expressions of disbelief. The Gorgons, once relegated to the shadows of myth, stood before them in all their complexity and beauty. The sculpted Medusa, with her piercing gaze and sorrowful expression, seemed to breathe, inviting viewers into her world of pain and resilience. Ilara stepped back from her canvas, her heart pounding as spectators approached, their faces lit with wonder. They began to understand the weight of the Gorgons' story, their fears replaced by empathy. The once feared figures now beckoned, urging humanity to look past the surface, to recognize the pain of others, and acknowledge the strength that lay within. The atmosphere shifted, the ancient myths intertwining with modern struggles, weaving a narrative that transcended time. The Gorgons were no longer just figures of terror. They had become symbols of empowerment and reclamation. The artists stood together, united in their mission, their hearts beating as one. They had awakened the Gorgons, giving them a voice that would resonate through the ages, a testament to the power of art and the strength of the human spirit. As the crowd began to disperse, the artists lingered, their minds racing with possibilities. What if they continued this journey, uncovering more stories buried in the depths of history? What more could they reclaim? The Gorgons were just the beginning of a greater movement, one that would challenge perceptions and inspire generations to come. The whispers of ancient legends filled the air, and the artists felt the pulse of history under their fingertips, urging them forward into the unknown. The night was alive with potential, and the Gorgons had only just begun to rise. In a shadowy corner of the ancient world, three sisters, cursed with a terrifying power, lurked in the depths of myth. Their names, whispered in fear, were Stino, Euryale, and Medusa. As night fell, one could almost hear the rustle of snakes in their hair, a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine of any unsuspecting soul who dared to tread too close. The legends surrounding the Gorgons evoke a haunting image of beauty, twisted into horror. Yet beneath the surface lies a rich tapestry of narratives that beckon to be explored. The stories of these monstrous women resonate through time, weaving their way into the fabric of countless tales. In Greek mythology, Medusa stands out, the only mortal among her sisters. Once a stunning maiden, cursed by Athena, she became a figure of tragedy and sorrow. Her transformation is a poignant reminder of how beauty can quickly turn to fear. As the tale goes, gazing into her eyes would turn any man to stone. This idea of petrification suggests a deeper metaphor, the power of female rage and the consequences of male transgression. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, Medusa's story unfolds with exquisite detail. The poet paints a vivid picture of her punishment, igniting feelings of empathy for the once beautiful girl. His words linger like a haunting melody, echoing the pain of losing one's identity to the whims of the gods. Medusa's helplessness resonates with anyone who has felt victimized or oppressed, her transformation a chilling reflection of societal fears about female power. Ovid's portrayal of her weaves a complex emotional tapestry, evoking both horror and sympathy, encouraging readers to ponder the tragic fate dealt by divine forces. Contrasting sharply with Medusa is the fierce Steno, whose name means strength. She embodies the raw, unyielding power of the Gorgons. In various retellings, Steno becomes a warrior, fiercely protective of her sisters, showcasing a different shade of femininity, often overshadowed by Medusa's tale. In her fierce presence, she commands both fear and respect. Some texts explore her unbridled rage, hinting at the depth of her sorrow as she watches Medusa suffer. Such narratives stretch the boundaries of what it means to be monstrous, revealing the strength born from pain. Euryale, the third sister, often appears in the shadows of the narrative, a lesser-known character whose voice still resonates with the echo of despair. Her role, though often minimized, represents the collective suffering of women silenced throughout history. In the retellings where her character is developed, Euryale's sorrow and loyalty to her sisters create a heartbreaking picture of familial love and loss. Her anguish is palpable, echoing the fears of many who watch helplessly as loved ones are consumed by darkness. These layers of emotion come alive in contemporary literature as well, where the Gorgons stories are reinterpreted through modern lenses. Works such as The Gorgons' Curse by Christina Belit provide a fresh perspective on Medusa's narrative, positioning her as a powerful figure rather than merely a monster. Belit's vibrant illustrations capture the duality of Medusa's existence, portraying her not just as a creature to be feared, but as a survivor of trauma. Readers are drawn into her world, feeling the weight of her curse as the line blurs between victim and villain. The tension is palpable as life and death hang in the balance, reflecting a struggle as old as time itself. Even in popular culture, the Gorgons have found a place, resonating with audiences who see their stories reflected in themes of empowerment and resilience. In the realm of fantasy and horror, they serve as archetypes for women confronting the darkness within themselves and society. Their legacy lives on not just in tales of terror, but also in narratives of strength and endurance, challenging traditional notions of femininity. As the tales of the Gorgons weave through literature, they become symbols of complexity. The emotional resonance grows as layers of betrayal, pain, and resilience emerge, creating a haunting reflection of the human experience. Readers are left teetering on the edge, caught between fear and respect for these powerful figures. The raw energy of their stories pulses through the pages, a testament to their enduring impact on literature and the collective psyche. In feminist readings, the Gorgons take on new dimensions, representing the anger and rage of women silenced throughout history. Their monstrous forms become powerful symbols of resistance, challenging societal norms and confronting the patriarchal structures that seek to subdue them. Medusa, Stheno, and Euryale emerge as embodiments of defiance, their serpentine hair a manifestation of the anger that has simmered for centuries. The emotional weight of their stories leaves readers questioning the dichotomy of beauty and monstrosity, urging them to reconsider what lies beneath the surface. As the narrative threads continue to evolve, the Gorgons remain relevant, serving as mirrors reflecting the fears, struggles, and triumphs of women through the ages. The stories are far from static. They morph and adapt, pulsating with life, inviting interpretations that challenge and provoke thought. Readers feel the rush of adrenaline as the tension rises with each retelling, the stakes ever higher in a world where strength and vulnerability coexist in a fragile balance. The Gorgons have much more to reveal, and their tales are far from over. As their stories ripple through the pages of time, they beckon to be retold, reimagined, and reinterpreted, drawing in those willing to confront the complexity of fear and power. The shadows they cast stretch long, hinting at deeper narratives waiting to unfold, igniting curiosity and igniting the imagination. Each twist in their story opens doors to new realms of emotion, inviting readers to linger in the space between horror and beauty, forever caught in the gripping web of their existence. In a darkened corner of ancient lore, whispers lingered like shadows cast by flickering torches. The Gorgons, three sisters born of the sea, their names etched into the annals of myth, are shrouded in a mystique that time itself cannot erase. They were not just creatures of terror, they were symbols of power, beauty, twisted into horror, and the embodiment of fear that gripped the hearts of men and women alike. As the flickering light illuminated their stone-cold faces, the chilling question loomed: what more lies ahead in the veiled tapestry of their existence? Medusa, the most famous of the trio, possessed a beauty so profound that it hypnotized all who beheld it. Yet, cursed to become a monster, her hair transformed into writhing serpents, each one a living weapon. Legends tell of heroes who sought her out, driven by glory, but haunted by the knowledge that gazing into her eyes would turn them to stone. Yet, what of the other two? Stheno and Euryale, often overshadowed by their sister, were no less formidable. Stheno, fierce and relentless, was said to be the strongest. Euryale, known for her piercing wails, could bring even the bravest to their knees. The Gorgons existed not just as monsters, but as cautionary tales, woven into the fabric of humanity's fears and desires. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows across ancient temples and crumbled stone, a sense of urgency filled the air. What would happen if the Gorgons emerged from myth into the realm of reality? What terrors or truths could be unleashed? The tales of their wrath were legendary, yet history remained tight-lipped about their beginnings. Were they always fated to be grotesque figures of terror, or did they once walk the earth, celebrated for their beauty? The Greeks believed that the Gorgons were descendants of primordial beings, the ancient sea deities known as Phorcys and Ceto. This lineage hinted at a deeper connection to the world, a source of power that transcended mere mortality. The ocean waves whispered tales of these formidable women, but as centuries turned, the tides of understanding shifted. The myths morphed, distorted by fear, but the question lingered. What truths lay buried beneath the hardened stone of time? In the bustling markets of Athens, merchants spoke in hushed tones about a prophecy that foretold the return of the Gorgons. The very thought sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to listen. Artisans carved their likenesses into stone, creating statues that evoked a blend of admiration and dread. Yet, as beautiful as these representations were, they failed to capture the essence of their reality. Could the Gorgons be mere fabrications, or was there a lingering presence that silently watched, waiting for a moment to reclaim their narrative? Every corner of ancient Greece buzzed with tales of heroes, each more daring than the last. Perseus, a descendant of gods, was perhaps the most revered of all. Armed with divine gifts, he ventured into the Gorgon's lair, ready to face the creature that had turned countless warriors into lifeless stone. The very act of confronting Medusa was a dance with death. This singular moment echoed through time, a reminder of the thin line between bravery and folly. Yet, the chilling thought remained. What if Medusa was not merely a monster, but a reflection of the fears that lurked within each individual? What if she was a victim of circumstance, twisted by the hands of the gods? In the flickering candlelight of candlelit chambers, scholars pored over dusty scrolls, piecing together fragments of a history that seemed to slip through their fingers like grains of sand. They unearthed stories of ancient rituals, where the Gorgons were not feared but revered. They were once seen as protectors, guardians of sacred knowledge. The transformation from revered to reviled was swift, driven by fear and misunderstanding. What had changed? What had they done to deserve such a fate? A sudden storm gathered, dark clouds swirling above, as if the heavens themselves were reflecting the turmoil below. Thunder rumbled, a harbinger of chaos, echoing the conflicts that had plagued humanity since the dawn of time. In that moment, it seemed as if the very earth was holding its breath, anticipating a revelation that would shatter preconceived notions. Histories intertwined like the serpents that crowned Medusa's head, each thread telling a different story, each face of the Gorgon revealing a different truth. As the winds howled, ancient prophecies danced on the edge of reality. The night trembled with anticipation. What if the Gorgons were to rise once more? What if they were not mere specters of the past, but a living part of an unbroken chain of existence? The idea sent shivers of both terror and wonder through those who dared to consider it. Eyes once blind to their plight began to see the cracks in the monumental stone that encased their legend, and with each revelation, a new layer of understanding unfurled. In the silence that followed the storm, a figure appeared at the edge of a darkened forest. Clad in the remnants of armor, eyes glinting with determination, the seeker was drawn toward an ancient temple where the Gorgons were said to dwell. A mix of fear and exhilaration coursed through their veins. What awaited them inside those stone walls? Could it be a confrontation, or perhaps an understanding that shattered the boundary between monster and victim? Each step echoed in the stillness, a pulse that resonated with the heart of history itself. As the seeker approached, the air thickened with anticipation. The walls seemed to pulse with a life of their own, holding stories of the past, of love, betrayal, rage, and redemption. The Gorgons were not mere shadows in folklore. They were part of a larger narrative that demanded to be acknowledged. What other secrets did that temple hide? What truths lay within, waiting to be unearthed, to be told Each heartbeat quickened as the threshold loomed closer, a moment frozen in time, caught between the worlds of myth and reality, where legends breathed and histories intertwined.